und jüngere Arbeitnehmer mehr Geld. Und deshalb gibt es Modelle, wo die Urlaubstage der älteren Arbeitnehmer zunehmen, weil die sind nämlich durchaus bereit. Du brauchst gar nicht so stark deren Gehalt zu erhöhen, wenn du denen sagst, dass sie 5 Tage mehr Urlaub haben. Das ist, und jüngere Developer sind eben halt auch bereit zu sagen, pass
Hallo, 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 hallo. Ich bitte um eure Aufmerksamkeit. Setzt euch bitte in die erste Reihe, sonst bin ich unkonzentriert. Hier unten ist die erste Reihe. Die habt ihr, glaube ich, ganz übersehen. Ich bin es gewohnt, über meiner Audience zu sein. Der Rest ist für mich verwirrend. Wo ich so im Stehen? Ich habe da auch einen Pointer, kriege ich noch angeschlossen. Warte, zip, zip. Why is my Bauch so dick here in the video? What is this for a setup? This is not reality. Could not be. So we have to start. Is there anybody who do not understand German? Okay. So, very good. My English is like a train. It's in front, it's in straight, and it's super fast. So, yeah, welcome to this TYPO3 camp here in Brandenburg. And please, this is a community event. Give all the organizations likes, all the sponsors likes, and share this. This is a lot of passion to make something like this happen and bring them back some love. Make hashtags that it's very good to come to here, that you come back next year, and please honor these events. They give you a lot of time and money to make this work, and so spread them some community love back. My name is Roland, I'm from Never Code Alone, yeah, this is my label, and also you will find me under Never Code Alone, also on GitHub, Twitter, Instagram, and especially on YouTube, because I publish there 2 videos in a week. All my developer experience and all my tools I publish there to bring you my knowledge and feedback. Just get my knowledge deeper, and yes, that's it. So I'm from Duisburg and I love Bruce Lee. Tomorrow I will raise a talk how good it is to make something for open source, and this talk only has 7 Bruce Lee quotes. Yes, and it's very good, and I want to kill bugs. I'm QA engineer in a shopware agency Agens Digital from Siegburg as part-time job, and the rest of the time I do consulting and make trainings and all this open source stuff like today. So, Cypress.io, do anybody know about Cypress.io, what it is? Okay, anybody who never seen this tool? Okay, very good. It's a JavaScript front-end testing framework, and last, maybe you know me from other TYPO3camps where I do end-to-end testing with Codeception as acceptance testing, and then there you have always this Xenalium maintenance problem that you must bring up your Chrome driver, have to run a local Xenalium, and you have to, yeah, it's not so easy. And Cypress.io manages this all in one tool, so you can directly start with it. You just need Node. And yeah, on this talk, the slides are in German, but I will translate you anything. So, automate all the things. Website testing, especially when you test forms and validations, this automatic tests are super much faster than when you make it manual, and also when you have B2C or B2B commerce application and different roles, then you can simulate the rules and say this client can do this or whatever, and then you will be much faster than when you make it manual. It's 15 times faster, maybe even much more faster, and so when you save time on with testing, with automated testing, this time comes back to your life, and maybe you do not want to bring your life with manual testing. So you can maybe use this time for contributing to TYPO3 or whatever. Yeah, sometimes people say things about end-to-end testing what are not true. When you talk to them and ask them, are you using end-to-end testing, then they say, no, I don't start with this. And one thing is that they say tests are super flunky or unstable or have a lot of problems, and the tests will fail even if the page is working. And yeah, this is a problem when tests are not in a professional setup and do not made by good coders. It's not that you testing is the most important part for you and your application to sell it and to have to make your clients happy and to make all this user happy. So this is the main part of your technology. Do not bring this down to the littlest trainee who is working there and say, hey, make something with Cypress test, and this is our super important thing. Honor it and do professional development on it, and then they are not flunky or even need much time. Yeah, when you say you test every variant of a t-shirt, of every of your commerce items, if you can add this item to a checkout, then it's ours. But you can say this process is working. And yeah, you don't have to test all of your application, you just have to test where the clients punch in your face. Yes, when he comes to a telephone and scream at you because something is not working, test this part, what are pain, and test this, what you say, hey, this page is working. You also make some little tests when you check a release or something else, and please make these tests more stable and more powerful and concentrate on the good tests then instead of going a super wide coverage. And yes, this is important. And you can just run this in your GitLab infrastructure. With this one-liner, you can just push it to your GitLab and make a monitoring or scheduled job. I hope I can show it to you. I go even faster. And sure, you have time for it, because later on this day, you will have this line to start. And when you follow the next 7 slides, you will get this line. Okay, Cypress. Can you read this on top? So, Cypress is, when we talk about Cypress, we talk about CSS selectors. And when people who do not know much about end-to-end testing, they say every CSS, so you need to implement data sci attributes or data attributes to select things more stable. But this is not true. When you have a login button on your page, there will every time be some div or button or whatever what contains login. This will be there for every time. Register also, every time. And impressum, it's every time impressum. It is not depend on your HTML structure. So when you see here on these examples, you can, with the sci-get, you can put in a selector there, like on this login page, where you have every time a text and a password, and you enter, just type admin inside, and then you can say sci contains login click, and this works, and this will work your whole life. There's one more example that you can, it's called fuzzy selectors. Selectors are called fuzzy selectors because they are not totally dependent on the HTML, but you can also say you check the login in your header navigation or something like this. Then you can say you make a sci contains on header, and then you check login inside, and then you can say I find, like here, maybe a search value or something when you want to, the search field on your application, and then you can type in. This is my phone number. When you have any problems with Cypress, just call this number. Yes, I want to help everybody every time. And you see here behind the find, this first, I don't know actually, is here. So Cypress, the framework, gives you very much methods that you can just chain. You have in the autocompletion, and you say press first, and then you don't have problems on multiple things. But do not think you make this one time, just like it, in an hour on a Friday, and this will be the most stable software that you ever write. You have to check out videos, read about it. Cypress every time, every week is contributing or publishing a new version. They make everything a new YouTube video about all the features and have a lot of much best practice examples there. I have to drink more. And I think we have to go a bit faster. This here is the Zulu CMS login, and then you log in and you make some renaming of images, or then you can see how fast this works. Yes? And it's searching for block and check out if there are some items when you search for it. And this is fast. This is how tests must work everywhere. And this will help you to save a lot of time. The only thing you need on your local machine is Node from version 14. I think actually is version 18 up. This is it, so make and brew install Node. and this will work. The only requirement, it's also the only requirement for your GitLab CI. You don't need Docker or any things. GitLab or all the other pipelines just can handle images by themselves. So don't be afraid of it. There's no time for this. Yeah, when you have time to struggle in pain and when you have to wait every time that a bug will be found by product owners or by clients, then you have massive problems because you have to deploy a second time and you have the ticket boards and bugs. So bugs, the price of a bugs, they will be much more expensive. Later they will be detected in live systems. They could make collateral damage. So there is time for this. Also, these open source projects are maintained in their free time, and they all have automated quality gates on each pull request with GitHub Actions. Check out the stuff inside there. There are super much linting tools and super much quality gates inside. Check out open source projects. This will gain your knowledge for your teams so much. It's the best you can do for your life to directly learn from this project. Okay, the rest is duplicated content, I think. Testify, do anybody know the band Rage Against the Machine so far? Okay, the older parts. Yeah, Testify, this was a song where I jumped on teenager where I don't know anything about English, and later when I was older I checked out that this translation is very good for end-to-end testing, and so my company is testify.team. You will find everything there. Okay, let's conquer the earth. Now we go to this one-liner. Never code alone. I also can, here I have a wireless keyboard, I also can say that Jochen can do it, but maybe I also have to show that I'm developer. Okay. So we have here something like developments, where I am. I have a new layout here. And under development, I think I have something like TYPO3 or user groups or something like this. Okay, contributing is okay. So I'm here. All my open source contribution will be in here, and now I want to test. What do we test? What is the URL of the TYPO3camp here? Okay, looks good for me. Shall we test the site? I think this cookie banner maybe makes some problems here. But you can say when we would test this, first failing is that you cannot reach an imprint here by default. So it would detect directly an error. So maybe we have a better page. It's jot violent. Maybe it's better. Okay, but it's in redirect. You can also check your redirects. So this looks better. Okay. So let's test this. I can also publish you the code later, if you want. Okay, I get this URL here. And now I can say npm init. And I have auto-completion here. Yeah, maybe later I will show you the tricks of the terminal. Or was it tomorrow? I don't know. So I just have this command here. npm init with nch testify and the super good name Cypress.io base. Maybe I will do in future a better title about this, but I'm not on marketing, so I just have this working titles in my life. And when you have this, you just press enter. And then it's connecting to the internet, and maybe the internet will answer, and you say Jochen's page as a title here for the project, and you say, okay, what do I do here? I make E2E website testing. So you have something in your README file then, and yeah, that's it. Everything happened. Then you can go to cd Jochen's page, and you have here a Cypress project with all the stuff made inside, and you can say npm install. We want, yeah, maybe we can change this to this line that you directly have a one-liner, but we are working on it, and it's also contributing open source. When you have any idea how to make this much faster, then just bring us the skills. And then here on my Cypress config, I have here some configuration, and you see that here is a default domain inside. You can change this. You can also just say export base URL and run it directly from your terminal or on your export variables. But when you want to use it every time for your project, it could be cool to change this line. So you go 4K, 4J, and then you change this here. It's single quotes, so let's switch to English. And remove the last slash here, because you need the slash on your test, like start page or whatever. So on this setup here, remove this slash. And that's it. And when you have done this, everything is done. And now you can say npx Cypress open, and you have this magic tool here. And this magic tool makes you so much good working with end-to-end testing. And then you say, hey, I do some end-to-end testing. And you can now select your browsers that are installed on your local machine. And also is added Electron, and Electron is one of the most powerful browsers that covers a lot of browsers in your life. So when it works on Electron, it's also would work on, I don't know, Safari, but Firefox or whatever you need. Normally I work on Chrome, but you can make this Electron. And when you have this here now, you have tests here. How good are we in time? It's 45 minutes or 30 minutes? 45, okay. So believe in. And after this, I want to have a little applause to make my work here more doing. So it's opening Jotweiland. It's visiting the start page. Actually, it will wait 5 hours by hard time, so it makes you working on all projects, and now it's doing tests. This is one test that every sub-page has the answer on status code 200. So this test gets all internal links and validate that all of these links will have status 200. And when you are a developer, you know that you maybe do not have tests with status 200, so you make something like 500. 500 is maybe something like I every time have to challenge in my life. And so this first test, you see that it was super fast, the first test. This is the second test now. It is loading every page and validates this. Every page loads here, every internal page. Jochen has super much pages, yeah, maybe this is too long for our session. But Jochen, how do you think, is this nice looking? Is this a nice looking thing when you know your whole page is working and loading? Yeah. And what is hard to get on this point here now? With one line and one configuration? It's cool or not?
How long does it run for 1,000 pages?
It's faster than you make it manual. It's monitoring. You don't need to.
Going faster than my test is running, and then I'm waiting in the line.
So, like I said on the beginning, you don't need this test. It's monitoring. Maybe you have other tools to do this job. But it's not bad to have this. And maybe, yeah, when we even will run this. So, the thing is, when you will run this test every morning at 7 o'clock, 30 days on each of your pages, I give you the promise, it will fail 5 times. The thing is that you have sometimes problems here with external external services. So you have maybe an external API consistent thing, or your own machine is not answering, or whatever. So this is finished. Yes, it's green. Everything is finished here. I don't know. It was three minutes or whatever. So yeah, maybe later we will explain, because my English in direct conversations is urgent. And yeah, you can here see now every time, so you can check here every page what is loading and what is on this page. Oh, this are the 200. This are the 200ers. So you don't see this. We have to check out what tests here are. So there are super many pages, yes. So you can go here in all of the steps and check out if this is working fine. And you also have here this great target thing, and you can just press on it, and then you have a selector of all of here of your HTML. And you can just say here this newsletter headline when you want to make some improvements, or this button here, you can just press on it, and then you will have here your scigget directly as a command, and you can use this directly on your tests. So I can copy this. And also, I can just press it here when I'm not on this command. I just can press it here, and I can just check from here to develop more tests. And I would add a new test that you come from this page here to another page. I think this newsletter button is every time on the where it was, on what page? It's on the AGB page. Okay, it's agb.html. We will check if this will work. Now the button is away. How do I make this? Magic. But we can just write one little test. On this here, I checked out some stuff here. So here's the structure. Can you read this, or should I switch to light mode? It's okay. So you have Cypress, and under Cypress you have tests here, and you can also say I do a new test here. So I can say news letter dot sci dot ts. I normally use TypeScript. Maybe it's better, makes your life a bit harder, but when you work on end-to-end tests, you work with React and Vue developers, and you work in touch with front-end teams. And when you engage in front-end team as an end-to-end testing consulting, you have a much better start when you use TypeScript. So now I have this test here, and now I can say describe, and I'm English here. And you can say this is a scenario, and then in a scenario you can have different kind of tests. So we say here newsletter stuff that we test, and then you have this magic JavaScript. Are you all PHP developers here? Anything doing full stack? Or maybe you are all full stack developers and only work on PHP, and you only tell that you're a full stack developer. So you have to understand this callback thing as a PHP developer. It's super hard to get it into your brain. I need a lot of beer and a lot of energy drinks to get it to my brain, and it was weeks to do, but you have to understand this little thing to make things in JavaScript working. But when you understand this time, and it's everywhere, you have to understand this. And so I will say now, I make an it, and this is maybe something like your user story is more pressing newsletter button on a GB page will visit newsletter page. So this is your story, what you can say, what you want to test. And after this, you know it, you have also this why not so good. This super easy construct you need every time. And now you can say just sci.visit, and this will understand if you visit a new URL or just this URL that you are on from your base URL. We will check this is hgb.html/ Yes? Okay, super small here for me, thank you. I have also here much red things. Okay. This is Spanish. This is a Spanish layout. In my imaging, I think when I use a Spanish keyboard layout, I would learn Spanish. Do not work. Okay. So far, agb.html. So now this is there, and then we will have this button. I think this button slipped away. Or do I have this on my Power Mail submit? It's a Power Mail submit button. You can use the selectors on page objects. I make this better. I don't know if we got it here. I can also give you some improvements of Cypress development. Maybe we can ask Sebastian if we can do this on the evening on a later session. If you're interested in, trigger him. I can show you a lot of stuff with this tool. So I just click it. And then I can say, I click this button. Maybe it's also here on this main page. Maybe we also find it here. So I press this newsletter button and I come to a new page, and on this page there will be this field.
Why do you say AGB page if it's
I don't know. Maybe Zeo. Ask Jochen, he's sitting just in front of us.
No, but on the AGB page I did not see the newsletter button, to be honest. I saw a link to a download, but not the newsletter button.
Maybe we find an error. It's not the baddest result. Maybe it's not the best for a conference. Maybe it's not the best for a conference. But maybe
Okay, let's produce an error.
I don't believe in error for now. When I'm, we will see if this will.
The next year for your fat arrow function.
Maybe we have to contribute and make something happen here. So, should, it's a super powerful command, should, maybe makes everything. So it's the thing about testing frameworks, you just need 3-4 commands, and then you know everything you got. It's not so complicated. I just say here, I don't, exist. So you have here much stuff, yes. Don't know if I can trigger this auto-completion here. Greater than, lower than, null, and you have full of bunch of commands, and you can change them, and yeah, maybe on the normal world you don't need them. Exist is okay. Also, when you have the scigget, it's waiting 5 seconds by default, and also it will scroll automatically to the element that you want to click. So on the last time, Cypress every time made everything to make these tests more stable. You can also say, try this a second time, and when it runs on the second time, it will be green. So it has much of improvements to be super stable. And maybe with this 3 lines, 5 lines, I'm finished with my work and have a new test. So when I have something new, when you make a change in this test here, the start page test, it will automatically run new. So when you say, okay, I press the save button, it automatically will run new. Now also it gives me here this newsletter test, and we will see that the button is not there. But maybe also this page do not look so good here. I cannot actually say why and what this is here. So maybe we find something. I think it's working. There was a newsletter button.
Newsletter is hidden in the service menu. You go to service and then I get it here now.
Service menu, where is the button?
The third from the bottom, TYPO3 newsletter.
Okay, but I have this nice button. There was a orange button somewhere. Maybe it was on this newsletter overview page. No, this was a target. Magic. Maybe we find an element that even not exists. On the start page?
Maybe on the start page.
Magic. Magic. Have to rerun the other test to detect it. Yeah. Okay. Maybe we can press some other stuff on this AGB to make something.
It's on the newsletter, service newsletter page, it's the button.
Service newsletter. This was here or not? This here?
Yes.
Now I'm directly there because I got an orange button.
Yeah, if you just say, if you don't enter an email address and then you click on the blue button, then you get the error message.
No, it was not an error message. It was a call to action button. We have this on video recording. This button was there. Okay, maybe the newsletter is anywhere else than on this page. Is here something to go to the newsletter? I don't want to make the full page work. So, yeah, so far so good. Maybe I can give you some other example of tests or what we can handle here. So maybe we are on this page here, program. Is this an image? Hopefully.
I guess the button you're looking for is directly on the service page here. When you click on service,
Ah, nobody clicks on main menu when it's unbelievable.
when you scroll a little bit down there, you will find the call to action button for the newsletter there.
This was a button? This is not a button. But okay, this is the Power Mail submit button, yes.
Why don't you just go on the newsletter page and we're done?
You are never done. You will be never done. But this is not the thing. What can I do to make this? So there's another. Maybe, Jochen, maybe you have a page with many images? Okay. So we have, I'm here on what page? It's a team page. I have to check it here. Where this page is. So, it's /team. So I have here some other stuff, what I can say. I have here /team. I think it's also that .html. And maybe when you have loaded this page, you want to know that every image is loaded. Yes?
It's in the subdirectory unternehmen/team.
No problem. We will all we will all subscribe to this newsletter today. Yes? So, we have here Cypress dot, and then you have TT, like testified team, and we bring you a lot of tests that will work on every page. So we are working on many tests that validate pages. Also, we validate here accessibility and whatever, and you can also say here that TT validate all image response, all images on this page have status okay. This is a problem on e-commerce when you import 150,000 articles or something, that you have problems that images are not loaded. This would be cron jobs, and this cron jobs would be super hard to do. So you have this problem that not all of the pages will load. Also, you have problems maybe with the rights on this image folder or whatever. So you have no images on your page. And then you can say, I just enter this command here on this page, and when you make this, and go back to your page here, we will check we are on this or not. Why it's not working, I don't know. Maybe it's real life. Maybe I make an issue. Maybe I don't know anything about Cypress.
Yeah, I said it's a subdirectory.
Okay, wrong domain. Slash, as team slash?
Unternehmen / Team HTML. Yeah.
Okay. So, every image checked just in seconds. Big applause for Roland. So now you can also, I think you can also check here what page is loaded. So it also gives you this information here in this tool. It's a super cool tool. Use this one-liner, start with it, and write to Roland at Never Code Alone when anything is not working. Make issues open on this GitHub project, and let's bring out end-to-end testing to all of you to make you better sleep and work. Follow me on every channel. Have a nice day. Massive thank you for your audience. Bin ich aus? Bin ich noch drin? Alles noch live?
Hello? Okay, so I guess we can start. Oh, not really. Give me one moment. Okay. So today I would like to talk about TYPO3 headless as a solution, and I would like to get a running environment on your laptops and personal computers with TYPO3 headless front-end and back-end. So that's the main goal of this workshop. At start, we will start with some theory, which is required for this is some basic knowledge that you need to know in order to develop applications using TYPO3 headless. And so what about me? I am Korzysnański. I am actually a lead TYPO3 developer in Macopedia, and I am author of headless extension, so it's a backend part of this whole solution. And today we will talk about introduction to whole solution, architecture of this solution, and how to kickstart project based on TYPO3 headless, and how to modify base page data and initial data, and how to work with content elements. We have only like 1.5 hours, so content is packed, and we have to get our environments working fast. And with me is my friend Tomek, which is right here, and he will help you if you have any problems with setting up environment. And about questions, if you have any questions, please raise your hand. I will try to answer them as during presentation. So we need to do some setup check. We basically need Docker and Docker Compose, and that's the baseline. And on top of this, we have DDEV and our PWA demo. So this is a repository which is hosted on GitHub. Of course, it's open source. It was actually one of requirements for this workshop. I am not sure how many of you actually have this PWA demo installed on your environment. Please raise your hand if any of you have. Okay, so for other, please scan this QR code and install it on your environment as it's required to progress with this workshop. This PWA demo is based on DDEV, which is widely used in TYPO3 community. It contains TYPO3 with some database and some media, and there is an additional Vue.js application, which is separate application from TYPO3, but it's connecting with TYPO3 API. Okay, so make sure to start installing it. So we will go through stuff that are needed to work with this solution. So what is our mission? Our mission as Macopedia is to enable TYPO3 agencies to successfully use this solution. We do this by providing trainings and workshops, and also sorry for this, and also establishing a clear project workflow and development process, because it's different when you work with standard TYPO3 and when you want to use two separate applications. And then we need to split front-end teams and back-end teams. And of course, we provide support and guidance during development. Okay, and let's start with question, what is TYPO3 headless? Do any one of you heard of this solution before? Can you? Okay, so what is TYPO3 headless? TYPO3 headless consists of two applications. And first one is TYPO3 headless extension. And the second part is front-end Vue.js part for this solution. So this means TYPO3 works as content repository, content API for other applications. And we build applications based on Vue.js on front end, and this can work omni-channel. So you can provide your content API, content not only for your website, but also for mobile apps and e-commerce. So this means that we have decoupled CMS. So TYPO3 is working only as a content repository. It does not contain any front end. Only thing it returns, it's JSON. This means you can build your website on any technology you want. We have a ready solution based on Vue.js and Nuxt.js, which provides a lot of functionalities out of box, but you can build any application that you want. You can use React. I saw some GitHub implementations based on React, so any front-end technology that you want can be used here. And also, it's omni-channel, so if you think about TYPO3 as content repository, you can create content in TYPO3 and pass it to your website, but also you can use it on your mobile app or any other channel. Okay, when it comes to whole ecosystem, we have TYPO3 headless organization on GitHub, and it contains a lot of repositories. I will tell you exactly which one is for which part. So, as I said before, the main part is this headless extension. It's actually widely used. It's compatible with version 12. It's verified extension. So we have this label, and we have test coverage at minimum 60%. And there is a second part, which is Nuxt TYPO3, which is front-end part and consumes API that comes from TYPO3. If you want to start from scratch, you're ready to go, but actually this application has a lot of features which I will talk in a moment. So, how can your agency benefit from it? So, from our perspective, it fills market gap because other CMSs actually provide some kind of API. Drupal or WordPress has some kind of API built in, and TYPO3 by default does not provide an API for content, so that actually fills that gap. When it comes to working with front-end, it's very easy for us to recruit new front-end developers. So before, when we wanted to work with TYPO3, we need front-end which knows Fluid, which knows how to build menu based on TypoScript and stuff like this, because not every menu can be implemented in TypoScript in easy way. It changed a bit about after data processors, but still. Additionally, it's faster developer onboarding, because front-end guys don't need to know any stuff from TYPO3 directly. They just need to know Vue.js. That's all. They can start working right away. It's also more consistent front-end, because we use the same application for every web page, and the technology stack is very, it's just consistent. For us also it means faster and more flexible development, as our teams can work independently. So front-end implement their layouts on separate workflow, and backend can work on other content elements. And of course, you have access to support and knowledge exchange on our Slack. It's called PWA initiative. So you can join us. About main features. So what about TYPO3 headless? It means we have headless CMS, which does not give away control to front-end guys. A lot of new stacks and new websites are building websites like you have some content API, which provides content blocks and stuff like this, but front-end build whole business logic, and that's not what we want. We want editors to control how routing works, control how whole page behaves, and that's what TYPO3 gives you. Also, it's no additional onboarding for editors. So the TYPO3 panel stays the same, and the workflow stays the same. We have, of course, language handling and all of multi-language features that are available in TYPO3 are available also in TYPO3 headless. Content fallback, multi-domain support, so all core TYPO3 features are supported. Also, if you want to migrate your website, there is no content migration needed at all, because we use the same database, the same fields, only rendering definition is changed. Also, if you want to migrate your website, it's possible to migrate it step by step. So, enabling page by page, as you are ready with your content and with your front end, then you can just switch your page type. And of course, we support a lot of core features, such as workspaces, forms, and front-end login out of box. And there is also a lot of external extension integration, which I will show in a moment. And front-end part gives, so front-end part is built directly to support those TYPO3 features. So we consume TYPO3 API, and we have this also language handling. So languages works out of box. You can set multi-domain on your environment. We also have great CEO, because our application provides server-side rendering. So when Google bot enters your website, it has whole HTML rendered already. So there is no problem with search engines. It's high performance, as you don't see any website loading, because it switches content without changing and reloading page. So it feels like instant, and on mobile apps, when you're using it on mobile, feels like native app. We have all core content elements covered with this next type of solution. So you can actually install it and work on basic content elements out of box. And we have, in this application, next type of application brings you PWA features in the integration of those PWA features. So you can enable offline mode for your application. You can allow your users to install it as a mobile application on a phone. And yeah, it's very, very useful for caching and using offline mode. You can prefetch some pages. So for example, user enters your page for the first time on your mobile phone, and we can prefetch whole product or whole contact page, so he can access it when he's offline. And also it's possible to wrap it and publish it on App Store and Google Store, as we've seen some implementation actually of this and published on those stores. Okay, so quick facts. We are like 4 years on the market right now, and we have like 150 stars on GitHub, a lot of contributors, and yeah, we are very close to 100K downloads, and yeah, we have 60% test coverage, as we are a verified extension for TYPO3. And we see a lot of implementation of this solution by other companies and agencies. This is for next type of riffs or for front-end part. It's also, we see it's used along with type of headless. I will go through some implementations because to show you that not only Macopedia implements those websites, but there are some, for example, the Raven group has like 30 domains and 20 languages. And when it comes to Macmillan, it's 120 languages. So those setups work very well. And you can see other implementations of this solution. Okay, so when it comes to ecosystem, you have to understand that there are two main parts. So there is TYPO3 headless, which provides JSON API for your TYPO3, and out of box, we support core extensions. So workspaces, front-end login forms, redirects, and CO are handled by default. And then there are community extensions. Some of them are provided by us, but some of them are built by other community members. And you can see a list of widely used extensions such as Solar, News, PowerMail, Grid Elements, Container, and other stuff. And then we have this PWA demo, which is infrastructure demo and whole setup demo, and I will show you how it works. And it allows you to check whole solution in like 5 minutes because it has everything covered by default. And then we have Next TYPO3 front-end application with Vue.js components, layout support, with server-side rendering and multi-language. So this you can find on TYPO3 organization GitHub, and every package is open source package available for you. Okay, so let's move to PWA demo as architecture example. So it's this repository. So did you manage to install it or start? It's like 2 steps: clone, ddev start, and you have working environment. And additionally, if you want to start up Next TYPO3 frontend, then you need to type the ddev PWA front start, but I will show it in a minute. Okay. So you can scan this QR code as it's a step-by-step tutorial on how we will work with today, and changes and everything like from every command, every line that we will add is here. So it's a Google Docs document. You can go there and check it out. And okay. I move further. So request follow example. So that's first thing, because as we have 2 separate applications, it works kind of different than a standard web page. And I will show you exactly what I mean by that. Okay, so I will move to PHP Storm to boot up. I actually cloned my PWA demo. It's here. So I will, why it's not here? I will just type ddev start and wait a bit to make it run. Yeah, and it's, as I said, first command covers whole setup, imports your database, sets your front-end application, build front-end application, but it does not start it yet. So we need to wait a bit. Of course, this PWA demo is based on version 12 and all newest version of our stack. Okay. Okay, so now we have project running. Let's start front-end application. And let's move to our application. Okay, so request flow. Okay. Okay, so it's not really pretty, as we are not working like, you know, on it meant to be used as example for workflow and not for it's only to show how this whole behaves. Okay, so let's say you enter your web page for the first time. So what happens now? When you take a look, there is standard response, which, as you can see, it's whole page rendered. So this provides you Node.js, which is running in the background, is rendering this first request and providing whole HTML for your Google search bot or other search bots. And first request actually delivers you HTML. But take a look what happens next. So I will switch to some page. Let's go to recipes. And now we don't have this doc request anymore, as it's done here. So here you can see when we switch pages, it's not like we are reloading this page. It's more like it switch instantly. So I will show you. There is no page reload, as you can see. Everything works in background. And here you can see that this request comes directly from TYPO3. So we request TYPO3 to return us content. And what we change is we change only this body part. So we don't change navigation or footer, we only change body. Of course, you can change your navigation if you want on premise or footer, but by default, only body is changed. Okay, so that's basic request flow. And when it comes to details, I will show you how. Yes?
What is when user use history back button?
I will show you. It's a bit tricky, but this history works well in general.
It's implemented in the JavaScript function that's history back.
To be honest, I am not front-end guy, but I think it's on history API. Yeah. But history works well, and there are no problems with history at all. I think Nux TYPO3 handles it, and Nux.js application.
Yes, this is some problem with PDA that sometimes also when I use YouTube, it's also this fancy new front end, and when I go on the back button, I lose all my video history.
Yeah, I know there are some issues with history API, but there is a next free version of front-end application, and I know it solves some kind of history problems. But in general, history works fine. It remembers URL part and works pretty well. Okay. When it comes to details about it's not this one. Why there is no presenter view? Sorry about. Oh, okay. Okay. So what happens here? That is the first time a user enters the page. So first request goes to Node.js to page about us. Front-end application under the hood calls TYPO3 API for website called about us. Front application then gets content response with TYPO3 from TYPO3, and then Node.js returns the response of whole HTML, and browser have whole content rendered. But this second call, which I made when I clicked on menu, it's a bit different because it's client-side context. It means that user is actually on page, and it's different context for user. So when you are actually on page, we are sending those under the hood requests, and we only change content data and update the view. So there is no page reload, we just update content. So you can see directly how those request flow looks for first time and when the user is currently on page. There are some tricky things about server-side rendering, but we solve them in our application because Node, when it's working under the hood, there were some issues with caching, not caching, but with passing headers. But right now we have solved those issues, and those two flows feels the same. Okay, so there are two main requests when it comes to rendering of page. So first request is called initial data, and you can imagine that initial data is holding data that is shared among whole application. So it stores navigation data, navigation stuff, language configuration, and of course any other for example, language labels that are used among website. So we push stuff that we want to fetch only one time. And it's on different endpoint. And when you enter the page for the first time, it's an Node application request for this initial data, and then it's not fetched anymore. We have navigation, we don't have to make another call. And then there is page data, which is this part of solution. So this is body, this is content, and this is actually changed every time you click on any link on your website. Well, what is very nice feature here, it's transparent routing, and it's not very common because a lot of solutions use GraphQL or other stuff, which is not it's not that transparent like here. I can show you how it looks like, because when you are using okay, it's better here. Okay. So I changed URL and add API here. So it's the same URL, and you can see now there is JSON response. And so when you are requesting page recipes on front end, this page has to exist in TYPO3, and this URL, because front end application needs to get data from it. But it's very nice feature when it comes to, it's very easy to debug, it's very easy to work with this API, and this allows actually editors to have full control of a web page, because editor can control still navigation and routing of page, which is not really a case in other front-end implementations. Okay. Let's move to JSON API and customization, and in general, how it looks like and what contains this JSON response. So, what I would like to do is to show you an overview of page response, of meta settings, page property, because with every page we show page properties, and of course meta. I will override some key in JSON and value, and then override a content element rendering definition. We can do this with PWA demo, but let's start and with TypoScript, how it looks like and how rendering is different. So when you develop typo-free website with Fluid, we use Fluid template content object as your main point for your whole application. Here you can see that it's standard page declaration. So we are declaring page, we are using type num O, but then instead of creating Fluid template implementation and setting your path to your templates, we are just using our implemented JSON content object. And JSON content object is content object which has one special ability and one special keyword. It's called fields. It's this one. So when you use fields in your JSON, that means that this key here on the left side, so this ID, type, Slack, media, is directly translated to key in JSON. And that means that you can use any type of script among this configuration, like you did before. Use data processing and use any content object that you would like to use. Of course, nesting and copying and inheritance of TypoScript elements is also possible. So it's key value. When I define that ID or Slack is text, it means it just takes field Slack from page. So it's very straightforward when you try to use it and try to modify it. And that's how looks the initial data endpoint. So it contains like user data, navigation data, and other stuff that you would like to put here. So about the initial data, I told you before that it's for common data that is shared among whole application. We hold there also login information if there is this kind of feature. So I'll move further, and let's move to exercise. Let's move to exercise, and I will go with, okay, let's open PHP Storm. So I talked about those page responses. So I will now try to override some configuration of page or meta. So we have headless extension here. If you ever take a look how Fluid template and the Fluid implementation works in general, you can see that there is TypoScript configuration for every content element. And it's actually same situation here. And we also have configuration for page and other stuff. So let's say we would like to override page configuration and, for example, add some field before ID. So I will take my page or this whole file, and I have my own site package. And let's put it here. It's my site package is configured to auto include those files, so it's not a problem. I will remove code that it's not needed, as I am using only page.10.fields, and let's say we want to have new field, which is text content object. I will remove other stuff. There is a lot. Okay, and new field is text. So let's say value of this new field, this is key of this field, and this will be the value. So I am using text content object, so you can use value from a database, and that's just fine. I will go to my, okay. And now let's clear the cache. It's TypoScript. And you can see that there is new field. I will make it a bit bigger because I can see that it's okay. Sorry for that. And yeah, so now you can see that it's very easy to add new field, and using these TypoScript possibilities, you can override and change your definitions very easy. Okay, so we have this new field, and let's go and add some additional navigation, because right now you can see that we have some basic navigation with home and children items, and there is actually some language stuff. We have 3 languages configured, so it's English, Polish, German, and that's all for our initial data endpoint. And the configuration of this is actually very similar to overriding page data. We just have initial data configuration. So we will override initial data and add navigation. But what's different? Or maybe not different. We can also use data processors, and it's very useful because you don't have to build your HMany from scratch, and you might know that it's painful to do. So data processors are very useful, and they are supported by JSON content element, content object, sorry. So I will add some kind of menu navigation called custom menu. I have in this document that I sent you, I have ready to use. So it's the same. There is initial data, .10, .fields, and there is navigation. And take a look. So you can see initial data, .10, .fields. I call it custom menu, and it's important to use, for the first level, it's important to use JSON content object. And then, on this level, you can use data processing. As you can see, we use our own menu processor, but it's based 100% on core menu processor. Only thing that changes is output, because by default, this processor returns array. If I remember correctly, core data processor returns array, and we would like to have JSON response instead. So we are overriding it, but by very small code, and yeah, we provide actually a lot more data processors to use along with headless. So I have this custom menu in my initial data. I will try to I need to clear cache. Wow, never seen this before. Yeah, and you can see we have custom menu. It's actually very similar to this navigation, but it's more to show you how it's configured, and you can change levels, change value of your menu. So for example, if you have a lot of menus and social menu and stuff like this, I can show you on live example. Type 843. Yeah. Okay, so here you can see this web page has 120 languages. So this language, and that was actually why we moved the languages here, because for small web pages, you can keep your language data in page response. You don't have to push it to initial data. But for instances like this, where it's a lot of data to transfer, then you need to, it's better to put it on other endpoint, because it's a lot of raw text, which is not really, okay, it's updated when you, for example, log in, but by default, it's not needed. And it provides you information whether this page is available in this language or it's only fallback. So it's just standard output of those many processors. And you can see there's header menu left, header menu right, social menu, so a lot of other menus and information that we can put here. There is, for example, footer contact data. So it's stuff that is used along the whole website. Okay, let's move to content elements. And content element rendering. So what about content elements? Because we extended page and initial data, which is one part of solution because it's only for this page and stuff that is shared among other other pages. But then we have to also render content elements. And what's tricky here? So in TYPO3, we have those backend layouts where you can define your column position. By default, it's column position O. So you can define different column positions in your backend layouts, and we use it to to choose layouts. So we need to somehow match backend layout and page that we want to render with front-end application. In order to make it work, we create backend layout. So for example, we have 3 columns backend layout, which consists of column O, 1, and 2. And then front-end guys create their own implementation of this layout, and they know that they will receive elements in column position O, 1, and 3, so they can put it like left, right, bottom. So when you render content, content is actually grouped by column position. So when you create your backend layout, you create your column positions, and you put content here, you can see here, column position O, and then front end just iterates through those arrays. So it gets into content column position O, renders whole content from top to bottom, then goes to another column position, and that's how we use and handle layouts on backend and frontend. That's how we can how you can show and choose your layout. Okay, but when it comes to content element rendering, I would like to show you how it's done. Okay, so you might know this view. It's very similar to Fluid template. It's starting point where actually fetching of content begins. So it's called lib content. It provides content JSON content object, which is same as content object. The name of this content object is not really not really nice, but it's override for this standard content object, and it's only for providing JSON. So it's fetching whole table TT content and sort by sorting. Okay, I think we can move to content element, and then we will have a short break, and we'll come back to those elements. But I would like to finish this element. So lib content element is another element that is actually used in Fluid template, but in our implementation we use JSON, and it's 4 elements that are using default TYPO3 fields. So we have ID field, type, column position, categories, and appearance. So those are fields that are used in every TYPO3 element, and we actually copy those fields to every other content element to make it easy to work with. Okay, I think we can stop here, come back after a short break, and then we will move to extending and creating a new content element based on headless instead of Fluid. It's very similar and very easy, so let's meet in 15 minutes. Thank you. Okay? So I will come back to this content element definition. So, as I said before, we have definition of a lib content element, which is similar to fluid template, and it holds configuration for default fields used in TYPO3 content elements. Then we have second method, TypoScript helper method, because as you know, a lot of core content elements have header, subheader, header layout, and header position fields, which are available in basically every core content element, but you don't need to use it if you don't need to. Okay, let's try to extend text content element. So it's very basic configuration, and you can see it's very similar to fluid template again. So we define that ttcontent.text, it means content type text, is copying content from lib content element with header. So by default, this ttcontent text content element has all definitions that are available in content element with header, so all header definition and all standard TYPO3 core content element definition, such as ID, categories, and so on. And then, as text element, provides an additional field, which is body text, which is a rich text editor. But there is one thing, it's actually very similar, again, to Fluid. We need to parse links that are available in our rich text editor, which is actually CK editor 5. And we use special method lib parsefunc links, which is used directly for parsing rich text element content. So it's very important to use it, as otherwise your links that you use in rich text editor won't work well. So that's standard definition, and I will try to override it in my field, in my custom content site package. So let's paste it here. I don't want to add it. And now, so I don't need anymore this definition, as I will work only on this field. And then I will add another field, which is text, another field. It's very similar to page, and you will see how it works with existing content. I need to actually decrease this because it's not usable. So let's go to, I will create maybe, okay, that might work. So I will disable this, add new content element, it's a regular text element. Those are fields that I talked before, so that we have header, header layout, header position, and so on. Test header, there is header link, subheader, text in body text, and then we have this special element which I add in TypoScript. So again, we have content, column position O, as it's in default column position. And I need to clear my cache, of course. Is there? Yes, but wait a second. I just typed it, but I add new field to this response. So you can see now there is. Yes, so there is. You can see that we have what contains standard content element. So front-end guys needs to know what is the type of this content element, because they create their own templates. So it's called like content element text dot view, and then they map it by this property. So this type is very important as it's used by front-end guys. Then we have appearance settings. Yes?
When you say here type is integer and you enter a string value, is it validated by the backend or do I have?
This type is taken directly from configuration. So if you add element in TYPO3 backend, it sets content type, and this type is content type. I will show you is directly set as content type. So content element, and you can see type is using field ctype from database. So you can't actually, when you add this element, you have this type set already in your database. But
Also possible date and other kind of types.
you can actually, when you have this text, you can put anything you want here, but it will render as string. But we introduce other content objects such as integer or boolean to allow you to render fields with other types as integer and boolean. So you can put here anything you want, but it will be as default, as you set text, it will be rendered as text. Then we have appearance settings. Sometimes in content elements, we decide to have more layouts for one element, which you can set in your TYPO3 backend in appearance tab, and it will be reflected in your response. Okay, so that's about extending. So this way you can extend any core content element. But what about implementation of custom content elements? So actually it's very easy, and we need to follow TYPO3 custom content element documentation. I will show you directly how it's done. So I will open documentation of TYPO3 and show you. Okay, so I guess you know this page. It's create a custom content element type, because if you have some custom implementation of your layouts, then usually you need some custom content elements. And as we don't need fluid style content, of course. And now we need to register content element type in TCA overrides. I will do this in a moment. Then we will have new type available. We will add it to new content element wizard in tsconfig. It's the same. And now backend form also stays the same. This configuration is one-to-one. But now there is step configure the front-end rendering. And now it's the part that is different for headless. So I will show you how to implement it from scratch. In this document that I shared with you, I have actually content element which is prepared for, it's called image with description. It contains media and body text and allows you to, and I will show you how to create it. So I will go with creating a file with configuration. I just need to copy it, and let's go to PHP Storm. Okay, so I will follow standard way. Let's go to my site, package, and let's go to TCA. So I will create new file which is called tt content, and it's image with description. .php. Okay. Okay, and now that's just standard PHP from TYPO3 documentation. You can see I don't set labels here, but it's not a thing now. We define our content type here. It's important, and then I said that I would like to have header link, subheader, body text, and assets. So I basically reuse fields from TT content table. And it's basic implementation. Also, I enable rich text for body text. Let's go with tsconfig. I will create a similar file, so it's image with description, tsconfig. Oh no, there is a typo. Config, okay. And again, it's one-to-one from documentation, standard definition. And now I can show you, because now we don't have rendering definition. So it's the part where, let's turn it off. I will create new content. There is my element, invalid value. If I need to check why it's, sorry? Or maybe it's some, okay, thank you. That's actually a very useful tip for working with TYPO3. Yes, clear cache all day. Okay. So I set header. I will set also header link, because that's another part which is, I will go back to this, to links, because handling links is a bit different, but it's working very well. And let's go to subheader and to text definition, body text definition. So we have our custom content element, image with description. It's on About Us page, and now I should have error, which is telling me that content element with this UID and this type has no rendering definition. And it's actually the same error if you don't have fluid rendering definition. So I need to create it, but with headless. So I go to TypoScript. I have content element directory prepared, and I will create image with description TypoScript file. Okay, and now, what do we need to do? So standard, TT content definition. Our C type is image with description, and it should copy from lib content element. But do we need header? I think we will declare header at our own, because I would like to show you how to use typo link here. Okay, so let's use it. Okay, so again, fields. We open our nesting level in JSON, and we follow convention that first level is called content, because we have to somehow set content in different place than appearance and other settings to just make it like good, structure. So let's go with content. It's another level of nesting. So I open other fields, and then what field do we have? It's in TCA. So we have header, header link, subheader, body text, and assets. Great. So I will go with header. I think I'm missing TypoScript extension to PHP Storm. Okay, let's go. Header. Header is text. Header is using field which is called header, and there is no additional configuration required. Same for subheader, as its standard element. Okay, that's fine. Let's use field subheader. Okay, and now it's where the fun begins, because we need to use header link here and render typo link. So what's different about typo links in headless approach?
Can I ask you something before you go?
Yes?
Is it mandatory to
You can use standard TypoScript notation. So you can use dot. It's not. We are parsing TypoScript just like standard TYPO3. So you can use any notation here like you want. About links. When it comes to Nux TYPO3 and headless, we follow convention that relative URL, so URL that does not contain domain, is URL that is inside application, and front-end application will switch routing. But if it's external URL, absolute with domain, it means that it will go outside of application. So when we want to create links that are inside, they need to be relative. And we are handling it in headless extension, but you need to declare. I will show you how it's done. So it's here, it's called field header link. And now we have typo link property of text content object. And typo link has parameter, which again we need to set to field header link. And now, so before version 11, we had to do some tricky stuff to handle typo links, but since version 11, Tomek, which is sitting right here, introduced a link result interface to TYPO3 core, which allows you to render, to have typo link object, and allows you to modify this typo link in a way that you really want, because we had to hook into counter object renderer and do some tricky stuff. Now it's handled in core, and we can use return Rust URL, which will return very nice array of parameters of our URL. Okay, and last field. Result. Thank you. But URL will also work. Just result is this new interface with all fields covered. URL will return only URL. And last field is called body text, which is using, again, text and body text. Again, one important thing here, field is body text, but parse function is lib parse function links, which is provided by headless. Okay, and okay, there is one more field, assets. And when we need to process assets, media files, and stuff like this, so that's again, in fluid approach, you have whole logic of image processing in view helpers. You have this fluid URI, image view helper, and those view helpers process image for you. And as we are not using fluid, we had to implement our own logic to process those images. So actually we have data processor, which handles every file conversion, and yeah, works for media files, for images, for videos, and for any other kind of file, provides metadata for this file and public URL. So let's go with assets. Assets uses data processing, as I said. And data processing is, of course, I will copy the namespace, and I don't want to. Yes. So all of data processors that I am using are documented and also are available. You can take a look, just go into headless, we have classes, data processing, and you can see data processor that we provide to handle a lot of different actions. So there is this data processor called files processor, and we need to tell this processor that field name is assets, and we want to return it as assets. There are some inconsistencies in data processors in core. So this as parameter, which is here, is actually required because data processors in core does not provide any kind of interface with some pre-prepared fields. So we are not sure that every data processor has this as field available. I note that guys are working on streamlining this, but for now we are working with this solution. Okay, I will check if it looks like it should be correct, but we will see. Of course, I know. Oh, okay. So, I know. I think I made typo here. So, yeah, this should be like this. Sorry, here. I don't need to assign it. I need to use it. Again. Okay. And now we have header, subheader. You can see header link, which is this link result object provided by core. You can use it in Fluid also. It's a better way to handle this type of link. And you can see href here, target class and stuff like this that you can set in your typo link. And I need to add some assets because I'm missing them. Yeah, let's add some image. So this introduction, images. Let's go with this type of image. Okay. And now, yeah, you have array of assets, as you can use more than one asset. We provide public URL, and public URL is absolute URL to image, because front application needs absolute URL here to your API. It also has other properties, such as title, alternative description, and stuff like this. And we provide, of course, dimensions. And if you want to process your images in TYPO3, it's still available. So you can crop those images and process them and actually specify retina or other dimensions in your data processor configuration. But standard functionality works out of box. So that's about rendering of custom content element. But I would like to show you also how to add, for example, appearance settings. Because we have this image with description. It has one layout, but let's say I would like to add hero layout to make it more meaningful. So first step is, as usual, standard type of approach. I will go to my my TCA. It's here. It's not looking nice, but in general it's valid. And I will add layout configuration here. So standard TYPO3 column override. Okay, you can see I am adding layout configuration. So using the default value and adding another one, which is hero, on with value 1. Okay, now it should be possible to select it from backend. It's not. Config items hero 1. Column overrides. Body text, column overrides. Okay. It should work. Simple file backend. That's unusual. But let's see if I clear cache from here. maybe there is some typo here. Static function, global TCA, bonded text, layout, looks fine. Okay, let's try another one. Okay, so looks like I made some typo here. I will try to copy whole layout, column overrides, as should be easier. Let's go. So remove whole column overrides, and then we have column overrides with body text and layout again. I'm not sure if it changed somehow. Let's see. Okay, but still there is no.
Maybe you have an online JSON validator or something like this.
Sorry.
An online JSON validator or something like this.
But no, it's configuration in TCA. It's still, but I don't get why it's not overriding my field correctly in TCA, but maybe. But I will go with. Anyway, let's select layout 1, but we will change TypoScript output as it's not required step here actually, but just a nice addition. So let's go to image with description TypoScript, and on appearance level, so there is appearance. I will open, and then we have field called layout. Layout is declared as case, TypoScript object, TypoScript case content object. So I will show you how it looks like, because to make it clear. So it's configuration, TypoScript, it's configuration appearance, or content element appearance, yes. You can see it's lib appearance, and it's using layout case, which key field is layout, and then we are setting custom values based on this configuration. So what I want to do, I want to override this value to set it to hero. Let's go back to TypoScript. I believe it will work just fine. So it's 1. And value for its hero. So we have pretty custom content element. You can see that we have layout hero set right now. So there is something different in TCA configuration. I guess it's between version 11 and 12. So there is some kind of change, but in general, it's only backend change. So as you get it working on version 12, then it's just overriding of TypoScript, and you can set any value you want here. It's very useful. We use it on daily basis as we set different layouts for our content elements. Okay. What about column position handling? So I told you before about those column positions. I will create backend layout, standard backend layout. I know it's best practice to set it in in tsconfig, but for now I will create just a backend layout that can be used. Okay. So let's give it some title, and add left column, bottom column, and I will call span them into one. Oh no, okay. And now, there is a name for this cell, and as I said before, we render content in column positions. So first column is column O. Second one is column 1 and column 2. There is the definition of this content, of this backend layout, but I won't move it to tsconfig as it's not needed now. And I will change backend layout of this web page to test. So before changing, there is one column position right now. It has this standard backend layout, and I would like to change it to those 3 column layout. So there is this one element, I will enable it. I will move this element to right column. Okay, enable it also. And this one to bottom. Yes, okay. And enable it also. So let's see if this, so this view, you can see that we have this left, right, and bottom column, and front-end guys can now create front-end layout based on this setup. So they also know there is left, right, and bottom column, and that's how content should be placed. And when we take a look, you can see that there is column position O, column position 1, and column position 2. And actually, backend layout changed to 5, but that's only because I created it directly from TYPO3 panel. You can change this value when you move it to tsconfig file. So then you can change it to any backend layout name you want. And this backend layout name is name of front-end layout in front-end application. And then you can see that content is split into different column positions. And for example, I can move this element into first column position. So column position 1 will disappear as it has no content elements available anymore. And 2 content elements exist in column position O and 1 in column position 2. So that's the way you can work with different layouts. And actually there are some advanced topics. I can show you how we work with other extensions, because I told you that we support community extensions such as news and other stuff. So when you go to our organization, I will pick, okay. There are a lot of repositories available. So it's main repository for headless. There is headless Power Mail, but I will move to our most used, because actually we use it in every project, as we are using news everywhere. There is this headless news extension, and in order to make it low entry and to make it available for integrators to change and make changes to this view, we implemented actually Fluid, which is rendering JSON, which is not really nice and it's really hard to develop, but it allows you to add fields very easily. So when it comes to Fluid, which is rendering JSON, it's how it looks like. So in order to make it work, you have to do some really nasty things that like run Fluid spaceless, Fluid format raw, Fluid format JSON, and then there is escaping hell, because as you can see, there are 3 escaping characters, but next level is 5, next level is 7. So we are actually working on reworking this, and as you know, version 12 of news introduced new approach. Instead of using one plugin, we have separate plugins for list, for detail, and stuff and so on. And we would like to implement just PHP implementation of this view, as it should be easier to develop. So if you install headless news, then you can actually render your news out of box. What about other repositories? We have also Power Mail. We have also Social Feed, container support, Solar support, and some DevTools. But going back to, I would like to talk about some feature flags. Because with headless, we introduced some feature flags which you would like, maybe, but not always would like to use. So, about feature flags. I will go to documentation, actually. And there is developer configuration, and there is metadata override, form output, and where are the feature flags? And they're in configuration. Okay, I will make it bigger, and I will show you what's required. So first one, front-end URLs. Our usual setup of headless and Next TYPO3, so we run website on 2 different domains. First domain is used for TYPO3, as you can see in this PWA demo. It's domain api.pwademo.ddev site, and frontend is actually working on PWA demo ddev site, so it's different domain, and it's the same for every production environment, for every production setup. It's easier for us to run application on this domain and API on other. We of course proxy it, but that's not the case. So let's say you have TYPO3, which is working on api.pwdemo.site. So now, when you go to About Us, for example, and you want to click View Web Page, what will happen? You will open api.pwdemo.dev site, because it's actually domain of TYPO3. It's the same for View. So to get rid of this, we enable feature flag. But as I say, it's not for every use case, but for our whole setup, it's very useful. So like every other feature flag, I will go to, it's here right now. Config system settings. Okay. And here we should have feature flags. Features, yeah. So we have front-end URLs. I will set it to true. And then your site needs declaration of your new front-end URL. So let's add front-end base here. So we know that our application is running under pwademo.ddev site. You can set it per base variant. So it could be different for staging environment, for production environment. It works on every base variant just fine. Let's move to TYPO3. I'm not sure, I will clear this cache to make sure. Okay, and refresh whole TYPO3. And now, you can see that View is now working correctly. View web page is also rendering correct URL. So that's one thing that this feature flags allows us. When it comes to another feature flags, storage proxy is used for providing images from other URL. So if you're using CDN or you want to use other domain, then you can just enable storage proxy, set your domain for your images, you are ready to go. Also, if you want to work with redirects, as TYPO3 provides redirect module, you also need to rewrite these URLs, as those URLs are different. And enabling this feature flag will allow you to use those redirect middlewares. You can make sure we are always making sure that our changes and our things that we introduce in headless, we don't break other pages that are on the same instance. So you can use headless along with fluid on the same type of instance. Also, there are some additional feature flags which allow you to get some more detailed and more and better responses. So, for example, when you are working with some X-based plugin, you would like to receive only the body of your plugin, then you can enable another feature flag which is called element body response. But I think it's a bit too deep for today. There is also simplified link target. This is for typo link, and there is we have support for old page output, as we made some big changes between version 9 and version 10. So if you are on version 10, at least this doesn't bother you. Also, if you know workspaces in TYPO3, that has this nice feature of comparing websites, 2 pages in 2 versions. When you enable this feature flag, it will allow you to actually compare 2 rendered next TYPO3 websites. So it's working out of box. Let's move through some slides. So we talked about feature flags, and yeah, it's rather advanced. But let's go to basic again, and information about SEO. So by default, headless covers all meta settings, OG and Twitter tags, and robot settings. So everything you set in your configuration for page is supported, and Next TYPO3 renders those fields out of box also. As I said, it's easy to extend and override. And of course, there is possible X-based integration, as we are using this for headless news. As you know, it's a bit different. You need to specify other stuff, but it's very, very similar to standard implementation. You have example in headless news. And about front-end SEO features. So there is this content which is rendered on server side, as I said. Core web vitals are improved because of this server-side rendering and PWA features. So by default, you have higher rank. Of course, all core content elements supports semantic HTML. And as I said, we have default implementation with SEO default metadata and Open Graph and Twitter tags. Also, we have those PWA capabilities. So with Next TYPO3, you can easily set your application name, description, icon, and this view that when you open application, it loads. You can add it in manifest file, and also set service worker for offline mode. So your application can, as I said before, it can work offline, because service worker works like proxy server and holds your content of your application in your web browser. Okay. So when it comes to adapting existing projects to headless, what we can do? So you saw that it's page implementation on type O. If you have default fluid template on type O, type num O, then you can say, we want to migrate our website page by page. So we set another page which is on different type, for example, type 2. So for every page, you can add your get parameter for type 2 and have headless output on different page type. So this way, you can actually migrate page one by one, because you can switch between those pages. Migrating custom content elements is rather easy, as you are using the same field, and you need to basically add a rendering definition. That's all you need to do. And we have very nice feature, which is work in progress, I guess, but I think it's very close to publishing. We have extension mask approach, so we can generate content elements with extension mask, and then we created custom. There is this extension called mask export. So it's generating TCA files and TypoScript files and fluid files out of mask configuration, and we are just generating TypoScript out of it to make it. So you can create your elements by clicking in this UI. Okay. And I would like to invite you to submit this feedback survey. It's like 2 minutes on this QR code, few fields to yes, and what I would like to add. We have another talk, which is more like business talk by Timek today. So I would like to invite you to this talk. And so what we do? So we develop and maintain those extensions as open source, and we support open source community. We are available on Slack. We provide also training for front and back end and DevOps settings and best practices. And yeah, we also have early access program, because Next 3.0 is in, I think, released candidate version, or it's released right now. It's very close to releasing, and we have early access program for this, as it provides more functionalities. And right now, this application, this Next TYPO3, it's very good fit for building composable commerce. So you can mix Magento 2, for example, with TYPO3. TYPO3 as content repository, Magento as e-commerce, and then Next TYPO3 on top as front-end application. And we have some trainings which are workshops online, also on site, and of course consulting when it comes to development of headless. And when there is this TYPO3 camp in Hamburg, and then we will have like 6 to 8 hours workshop, which is hosted on site, but also with front-end part. So this is, my part was only a bit of backend, but there is a lot of stuff to show on front-end, and how we can change our approach to development, and how to work on front-end application also. So do you have any questions when it comes to? Mm-hmm.
When you're on the subpage, you have, let's say, 3 languages on the website. You're on the subpage and you want to change from Polish to English.
Mm-hmm.
Do you stay on the subpage, or do you get redirected on the homepage?
Okay, I will show you. It's working just like in standard way. So let's say we are recipes. What are languages here? There should be languages available here. It's not. Well, I need to check one thing. If it's translated or not. Language, English, Polish, German. Okay. There's missing. As you can see, there's, I don't know why, but there is missing language switcher here. There should be language switcher, which is not available. Front-end guys broke something, I guess. So when you switch between those pages, you get information from initial data if it's available, and if it's available, then you got this URL. I can show you here. So we are on page homepage, and you can see this is content fallback. So all of them are available, but you see there is link to this page. So when you switch to this page, when you switch language, you fetch initial data again, because those common data might change. So menus are different language. Footer is different, so you get call to initial data, re-render the menu footer, and call also for new page. And also about fetching initial data, you can do it whenever you want. So for example, you log in, and you also would like to refetch menu because it might be different for logged in user. Then also you refetch data, and that's working. Okay. Do you have any other questions? Yes?
I'm interested in this front-end.
Mm-hmm.
Is it possible for like a WordPress? They can build a little theme, you know, they just apply one theme and they change the website. You use this one. I don't know this extension.
So you would like to use WordPress with Next.js, yes?
It's like WordPress. There are different themes in front-end. They can just apply it.
Well, if you...
Possible to use these groups for the...
Yes, it's possible. Actually, we usually use TYPO3, but for this website actually is using Next TYPO3 in version Next 3. So this whole front end is built on JavaScript, and now here is TYPO3, and here we have content from Magento e-commerce. So you can connect any other APIs. If we want add WordPress here, there is no problem, no issue here. So you can mix content in front application between any APIs you want, because this works this way, and we are mixing content. For example, in this application, it's different for here is TYPO3, and here we have Magento, for example. So it's one application on top of multiple applications. Okay. Oh yes.
Do you have download of the regular preview and workspace preview in this context?
Workspaces.
Preview and front end when you use workspaces, and normal editor preview of non-published stuff.
When it comes to workspaces, I'm not sure if I have it on local environment or in some other project live, but after talk I can enable it in PWA demo and show you, because it's working. This feature in workspaces that you can slide between. It's working here, so I can enable it and show you right away. Okay. If that's all, then thank you very much, and okay.
Junge, du musst so langsam mal Betriebsfähigkeit aufnehmen. Roll's jetzt einfach mal aus. Weiterbildung, Weiterbildung. Mach das mal nach Feierabend. Hast doch genug Zeit, so früh wie du immer gehst. Du musst nur ein paar Knöpfchen am Computer.
So, jetzt bin ich hier dabei. Noch was muss ich sagen? Ins Bild? Ich weiß nicht, das muss ich doch nach innen machen, warte. Ich kann das Video ja schon laufen lassen, während ich hier...
Dem Kunden ist doch scheißegal, was dahinter steckt. Junge, du musst so langsam mal Betriebsgeschwindigkeit aufnehmen. Roll's jetzt einfach mal aus. Weiterbildung, Weiterbildung. Mach das mal nach Feierabend. Hast doch genug Zeit, so früh wie du immer gehst. Du musst nur ein paar Knöpfchen am Computer drücken. Warum dauert das so lange? Es hat doch funktioniert. Warum hast du es kaputt gemacht? Mach's einfach fertig.
Die muss doch klar sein. Wir rechnen hier nach Stunden ab und wenn wir jetzt alles optimieren, dann bleibt am Ende für uns weniger Geld übrig. Der Kunde wird das nicht bezahlen und der will auch keine Tests. Das musst du einfach mal akzeptieren. Wir denken nicht, dass dein Anspruch an Softwarequalität zu uns passt.
Ja, genau, das Video geht noch ein bisschen weiter, macht dann Werbung für Employer Branding, ist aber nicht so relevant, ist auf jeden Fall in einer Zeit entstanden nach meinem Nervenzusammenbruch, zusammen mit einem Düsseldorfer Künstler, Andreas Wundersee, und ja, werde ich jetzt mal einen Talk über mentale Gesundheit hier anfangen. Freue mich auf jeden Fall, dass ihr hier seid. Es kann während des Talks passieren, dass ich dann mal irgendwie so einen Hänger habe und ein bisschen traurig werde oder so. Kann ich mich nicht vom freisprechen, aber ich gebe auf jeden Fall alles, dass wir durchkommen und am Ende wieder gute Laune haben. Mein Name ist Roland von Never Code Alone. Wir haben so ein Developer-Tagebuch hier auf Instagram, wo wir eben halt viel so nerdige Bildchen posten, und ich selber setze mich ein als Consultant für Website-Testing, automatisierte Tests, Softwarequalität und alles, was damit zu tun hat, ist so meine große Leidenschaft, die ich früh für mich entdeckt und definiert habe und die mich vielleicht auch in meine Situation gebracht hat. Aber auf jeden Fall, wenn ihr mal Tests braucht, da bin ich auf jeden Fall der richtige Ansprechpartner für. Hatte ja vorhin auch diesen Cypress-Talk, also mit einer Zahl der Tests zu starten, und ich half euch da auf jeden Fall auch als Open-Source-Mitglied. Das muss jetzt nicht alles zu einem Mega-Consultant-Satz abgerechnet werden, und ja, so sind wir im Social Media auf jeden Fall aktiv und auch auf YouTube, wo ich jetzt neuerdings auch eine Talkreihe zum Thema mentale Gesundheit eingerichtet habe. Und wir einmal im Monat mit einem Betroffenen und 2 Experten darüber reden, was der Person passiert ist, wie man da rauskommt, und da eben halt versuchen aufzuklären und das einfach so aus seiner Schattenseite rauszuholen. Und ja, damit beginnt auch im Grunde genommen der Talk. Also was ist mir passiert? Ich bin eben halt ein sehr passionierter Entwickler, junger Entwickler, der irgendwie Anerkennung in seinem Leben gesucht hat, und das Ganze wurde ein bisschen ausgenutzt. Ja? Das heißt, wenn man irgendwie in einem Marketing versucht, mit neuen Features ruhig zu stellen, das ist so ein bisschen wie der Versuch, Feuer mit Benzin zu löschen. Ja? Es geht nicht unbedingt gut nach hinten los, und irgendwann ist es eben halt, dieses steter Tropfen höhlt den Stein, ja, dass du keinen Sinn mehr in deiner Arbeit und in deinem Leben siehst. Wir haben jetzt einen kreativen Job, wir müssen da passioniert hingehen. Es ist auf jeden Fall auch, wir sind eben halt Nerds, stehen auf den Scheiß, den wir machen, und das muss man schon sehr fröhlich tun. Generell muss man alle Dinge in seinem Leben, man hat ja nur ein Leben, sehr deutlich fröhlicher angehen. Und das war ich dann eben halt irgendwann nicht mehr. Und zudem hat man halt eine Generalverantwortung auf mich durchgepiped. Ja, man hat mir irgendwelche Titel gegeben. Damals hat man so noch nach Titeln und Anerkennung gekämpft, und irgendwie Senior, irgendwas, weiß ich noch, das war so ein ganz großer Moment für mich, dass ich mir diesen Senior Webdeveloper irgendwann als Titel habe eintragen lassen, sogar noch im Arbeitszeugnis vermerkt, dass ich den tatsächlich bekommen habe, und war ich eben halt unheimlich stolz. Und dann gab es ja noch andere Titel, ja. Also habe auch ein Video mal gemacht, wo ich irgendwie so 15 Visitenkarten mit 15 Jobtiteln, die ich so im Laufe meines Lebens halt eingefahren habe. Also die habe ich eben halt so gesammelt, wie so ein Icon-Set, und man hat mir auf jeden Fall eben halt gesagt, dass ich so eine Generalverantwortung halt übernehme. Das heißt, wenn irgendwelche Shops nicht laufen, da Hunderttausende von Euros halt drüber laufen und das Ding nicht läuft, dass ich das schuld bin. So. Und deshalb niemand bezahlt wird und totale Katastrophen, und ich einfach diese Verantwortung für das Unternehmen, für Betriebe, für Menschen übernehme, weil eben halt diese Webseite, die da laufen muss, eben halt alles bezahlt, und ich aber alleine auch keine Dinge implementieren durfte, die so Quality Gates halt, ja, also Pipelines, automatisierte Tests und sowas, also in Legacy-Anwendungen oder Legacy-Anwendungen eben halt in der aktuellen Zeit auf so und so viele User, wie sie sich eben halt auch immer ausdenken, laufen muss. Und mir war eben halt klar, es kommt eben halt irgendwann dieser Zeitpunkt, wo halt auffällt, dass das gar nicht mehr funktioniert. Ja, und dann hast du eben halt auch irgendwie Angst davor, dass so ein Anruf halt kommt, und du kannst letzten Endes halt nicht mehr von der Arbeit abschalten. Also ich will jetzt gar nicht so sehr auf mein Einzelschicksal da halt hinaus, aber im Grunde genommen hast du Angst vor der Zukunft. Ja, und kannst halt nicht mehr richtig schlafen, du hast halt Sorgen. Und diese Sorgen, die bringen dich eben halt dazu, dass du in einem Gedankenkarussell absolute Wahnvorstellungen fährst. Ja, also dass wenn diese Internetseite jetzt nicht mehr läuft, muss man eben ein Wasser holen, dass wenn die Internetseite nicht mehr läuft, dass dann du aus dieser Firma rausfliegst. Weil du aus dieser Firma rausfliegst, findest du nie wieder einen Job, weil du ja als Senior Web Developer versagt hast und eben diesen Stempel des Lebens bekommst und in der IT halt als unfähig beurteilt wirst, und deine Frau verlässt dich, du verlierst irgendwie Kinder, und also du denkst da völlig bescheuerte Sachen, die auch total weit hergeholt sind. Aber du kommst aus diesen Gedankenspiralen halt nicht mehr los. Das heißt, du schläfst nicht mehr und wachst eben halt zittrig auf. Das gibt es eben halt auch jetzt noch, dass Leute Angst haben, morgens in Dailies reinzugehen. Das sind auch diese festen Zeiten, gibt unterschiedliche Dinge, die eben halt Spannungen triggern können. Gibt introvertierte und extrovertierte Leute. Also es gibt ganz viel links und rechts, was mit mentaler Gesundheit neben mir halt zu tun hat. Aber im Grunde genommen hast du halt Angst, zur Arbeit zu gehen oder sonstige Dinge, das Haus zu verlassen, kann in so eine Antriebslosigkeit halt rübergehen. Und das ist halt eine totale Katastrophe. Und Das hat natürlich Konsequenzen. Also bei mir war es eben halt so, dass ich einen Nervenzusammenbruch hatte. Das heißt, ich habe über Wochen halt diese Probleme mit mir rumgeschleppt und irgendwann macht so ein Körper dann mal dicht. Ja, das heißt, ich bin weinend zu Hause zusammengebrochen. Schlimmer Tag. Will da jetzt auch nicht allzu sehr gefühlsmäßig zurückgehen. Ja, war schon die Hölle. Und musste dann 4 Jahre in Therapie, wöchentlich. Und ja, ich trinke einen Schluck Wasser. Ist jetzt ungefähr 7 Jahre her. Und da möchte ich halt ein bisschen Bewusstsein zu schaffen. Das wirst du nie wieder los. Es ist immer in mir und ich bin seitdem halt Patient. Ja. Und das ist eine Anpassungsschwierigkeit, die da diagnostiziert wird. Also Burnout gibt es jetzt nicht in so einem Attest oder sowas. Diese Anpassungsschwierigkeit heißt halt, dass ich mit Stress nicht mehr umgehen kann und das ist natürlich etwas, als Developer ist das schon eine Berufsunfähigkeit. Ja. Und gibt halt noch ganz andere Schicksale, Leute, die 2 Jahre lang nicht arbeiten können, gibt es auch immer wieder, dass man irgendwie von Leuten hört, die ein Jahr lang ausfallen, 6 Wochen wieder arbeiten, wieder ein Jahr ausfallen. Das sind auch alles Freunde von uns. Das sind auch Menschen und denen müssen wir auf jeden Fall halt auch helfen. Gerade im Fachkräftemangel ist es eben halt auch wichtig, dass wir die wenigen, die wir eben halt alt sind, dass wir da eben halt Topleistungen abrufen können. Und ich versuche in diesem Talk halt ein paar Auswege aufzuzeigen. Und es gibt jetzt mal ein bisschen weiter, damit ich euch hier nicht völlig deprimiert vorkomme. Ja. Also für mich hat sich eben halt herausgestellt, automate all those things. Das Problem ist natürlich, wenn du eben halt Bugs, also in so einem Bugfixing, Kesselflickerei-Projekt, Legacy, ja, wir sind ja alle in Legacy-Projekten, machen wir uns nichts vor. Die sind jetzt alle nicht State of the Art und die haben ja auch gar nicht das Know-how. Ja, das ist einfach auch irgendwas. Wir haben irgendwie so einen Senior-Titel bekommen, weil wir eben halt, keine Ahnung, also ich programmiere jetzt seit 24 Jahren Internetseiten. Ich habe ungefähr 300 Projekte online gebracht. Ich weiß, wie man Webseiten in iFrames mittig positioniert, ohne dass es CSS gab. Also das ist irgendwie das Zeitalter, aus dem ich komme. Deshalb habe ich eben halt einen Senior-Titel bekommen und der bedeutet aber nicht, dass ich irgendwie eine Qualifikation halt habe. Dass ich einfach ein geiler Programmierer bin, der jetzt Softwarearchitekt, Softwarearchitektur oder sonst was halt drauf hat. Aber weil du eben halt Senior-Developer bist und dann gibt es halt mehrere Senior-Developer, deshalb kannst du eben halt irgendwie auf deiner Internetseite draufschreiben, dass du eben halt professioneller Entwickler bist und hab ja gesehen, was hier irgendwie so mit Headless und sonstigen eben halt geht, das funktioniert eben halt nicht, ja. Und dieses Automate all those things, das Problem ist ja, dass du Fehler eben halt schippst und wenn du jetzt eben halt eine Pipeline oder sonst was eben halt hast, was dann nochmal 4-5 Stunden dauert, dann weißt du, ich habe irgendwie nur noch einen Wurf in der Woche und der muss halt sitzen. Ja, weil du nicht mehr nachdeployen kannst und nicht mehr nachschippen kannst. Ich weiß noch, dass mir freitags, also das ist ja auch sowas, freitags wird dann halt nicht mehr deployed, aber dann kommt eben halt die Prio 0 vom Chef. Ja, da muss das halt. Ich hatte auch mal so einen Chef, da musste dann eben halt freitags was passieren und dann kam jemand vom Marketing zu mir und hat gesagt, deploy das mal, ich übernehme die Verantwortung. Das habe ich dem jetzt nicht so ganz geglaubt. Ja. Und abends war ein Metallica-Konzert auf Schalke, bei mir im Ruhrpott, ich komme jetzt aus Duisburg. Und da weiß ich noch, dass ich meine Frau angerufen habe und gesagt habe, hör mal, ich komme jetzt gleich, ich muss das Handy aber leider auf dem Tisch vergessen. Ja, ich kann das erst Montag wieder in Empfang nehmen. Metallica gucken wir uns schon an und dann ist auch egal, ob so eine Seite down ist oder nicht. Ja. Aber das sind natürlich Situationen, in denen willst du eben halt nicht stecken. Und wenn du dann eben halt für kleine, also wenn du auch so einen kleinen Dampf vergisst oder sonstige Dinge, gerade in dem Moment, wo du halt Pressure hast, wo es halt nicht mehr so viel Bock macht, wo du eben halt auch so ein bisschen zittrig wirst, das muss eben halt live gehen. Es gibt bei uns ja noch so richtige Deadlines. Ja, das ist ja ein Begriff aus der IT. Das heißt, dass du eben halt erschossen wirst, wenn das nicht live geht. kein Handwerker da draußen, der irgendwie einen Garten, eine Dusche oder sonst was fertig macht, wenn er dem als Kunden was von einer Deadline erzählst, der lacht dich ja aus. Ja, aber die IT, die sagt, Alter, klar, machen wir eine Hälfte der Zeit, wir drücken uns gegenseitig, ja, da werden irgendwelche Preise ausgeschrieben, dann sind Ausschreibungen, dann sagt einer immer, ich mache das in der Hälfte der Zeit, der Hälfte der Ressourcen, und es gibt eben halt Menschen, die da leiden, ja, die müssen wir eben halt ablehnen. Ich glaube, ich komme ja auch zu so einem Thema, will ich jetzt nicht vorgreifen. Bei mir war es eben halt so, dass ich selber halt irgendwie, bin jetzt Schulabbrecher, komme aus einer Akademikerfamilie, der war auch nicht viel wert, so als Webdeveloper. Und es war eben halt so mein Antrieb, halt irgendwie der Beste zu werden, da nach vorne zu kommen, Anerkennung aus der IT zu bekommen. Kennt ihr ja vielleicht diese Geschichten und dieses nach vorne streben und um weitergehen. Und das funktioniert natürlich nur bis zu einem bestimmten Punkt. Ja, am Ende bist du ja irgendwie in einem technologischen Kontext, da kannst du einfach so viel Gas geben, wie du willst. Du erreichst ja nie dieses oberste Ziel. Also man muss einfach auch für sich so ein bisschen kompromissbereit sein. Der Talk, der richtet sich ja auch an junge Leute, die da nicht in dieses Schicksal reinrennen. Wenn man keine Relation dazu hat, kann man sich das eben halt auch nicht vorstellen, was sowas ist. Ja, und das ist eine schlimme Sache. Ich versuche da eben halt einfach irgendwie so ein bisschen halt mitzugeben, dass man sich halt schützt. Und dieses Schützen passiert eben halt als Team. Ja, wir sind alle in Teams. Und da steht auch immer ganz groß drauf, dass es irgendwie Teamwork ist und agil und wir uns absprechen und sonstige Dinge passieren. Aber was passiert in Wahrheit? Wir bauen Inselwissen auf. Ja? Einer kann eben halt, der kann das mit dem Payment, der nächste macht das mit dem Routing, der andere macht die TYPO3-Updates oder was auch immer. Ich komme jetzt nicht aus dem TYPO3-Kontext, aber ich kenne eben halt Teams, wo es eben halt, das sind mehr oder weniger 4, 5 Einzelkämpfer, die eben halt Dinge tun. Und wenn davon einer wegfällt, dann reißt das eine Riesenlücke. Ja, also es gibt jetzt fällt mir diesen Bass-Faktor, ja, das ist auch ein Begriff aus der IT, ist immer halt ein bisschen härter, also es ist eben halt, wenn dein Hauptentwickler, also es überträgt sich auch auf andere, auf Chefs oder sonstiges, wenn diese Person am nächsten Tag von einem Bus überfahren wird und tot ist, wie gut dein Laden weiterläuft. Ja, das ist der Bass-Faktor, der wird bei Startups in den USA angeschaut, ob es so einen Bass-Faktor, also Bass-Faktor 1 ist eben halt schlimm, ja, also wenn ein Bus 2 überfahren muss, dann ist das schon besser für das Unternehmen, ja. Aber im Grunde genommen, du fällst ja nicht nur aus, weil du vom Bus überfahren wirst, du kannst ja auch für freudige Ereignisse ausfallen oder eben halt einfach mal nicht da sein, aber wenn du eben halt dieses Wissen, was auch Dokumentation ausmacht und all die Dinge, um die wir uns nicht so kümmern dürfen, nachhaltige Softwareentwicklung, auch Tests machen ja Sachen transparenter, Dokumentationen sind eben halt hervorragend, aber wenn er eben halt so Inselwissen ist, wie man halt immer irgendwas macht und das auch nicht geteilt wird mit Pair-Programming und sonstigen Dingen, weil eben halt die Zeit dafür nicht vorhanden ist, dann kommen wir aus der Nummer nicht raus. Und dann ist es eben halt so, dass die Verantwortlichkeit für Dinge auf einer Person liegt und damit ist der Druck auf dieser Person halt extrem hoch. Deshalb halt als Team austauschen. Was auch wichtig ist, ich glaube, wir kommen jetzt dazu, wie man da auch irgendwo rauskommt. Also, ja, Verantwortung findet eben halt Wege, damit umzugehen, wenn man eben halt Dinge transparent kommuniziert, Ziele vereinbart, an ein Management herantritt und sagt, das und das geht nicht, wir möchten eben halt, dass dieses und jenes Ziel halt erreicht ist, dass unser Bass-Faktor bei jedem von uns nicht mehr 1 ist, damit wir eben halt ruhiger schlafen können und ich halt besser nach Hause gehen kann und nicht auf so ein Handy gucken muss und ich eben halt einfach wieder nach der Arbeit auch abschalten kann. Das sind ja Ziele, die nachhaltige Softwareentwicklung, abgesehen davon, dass irgendwie Updates vernünftig laufen, dass das eben halt ständig gemacht wird und dass man da eben halt nicht diese Legacy-Projekte am Leben hält und Nichtverantwortung oder Unverantwortlichkeit findet natürlich Ausreden. Ja, jetzt sind wir am Drücker, das heißt, wir bekommen immer mehr Geld und Sonstiges, aber wir haben natürlich auch die Möglichkeit, den Arbeitsmarkt zu verändern, indem wir sagen, wir wollen freitags für Open Source contributen, den ganzen Freitag, und sonst arbeiten wir nicht mehr. Wir nehmen ja aus Open Source Dinge raus. Und das Wissen, das wir aufbauen können in dem Moment, wo wir contributen, und Open Source ist eine hervorragende Sache für alles, was Best Practice angeht, sich zu vernetzen. Ich wollte ja morgen auch noch mal einen Talk darüber halten, warum Open Source so sensationell ist. Dafür brauchen wir Zeit, aber wenn wir permanent keine Zeit dafür bekommen und so busy sind, dann weißt du auch nicht, wie du Updates ausführst, und dann weißt du aber auch nicht, warum eine TYPO3-Version 12 so viel besser ist als eine Version 11. Denn am Ende ist das eben halt einfach eine fucking Nummer. Ja? Und da sagt dir eben halt jeder, ey komm, das Ding, das läuft doch auch auf 11. Jetzt haben die halt 12 rausgebracht, und nur damit ich da irgendwie so ein Nerd-Gen halt erfülle, dass der halt auf Version 12 ist, mal hier, das ist genauso wie bei meinem iPhone 8, da kann ich ja auch noch mit telefonieren. So, das sind doch nur Nummern und Zahlen. Das Ding, das läuft doch. Ich brauche die Seite nicht zu aktualisieren und Sonstiges. Wenn du aber sagst, hör mal, pass auf, wenn die Seite immer noch auf dem Internet Explorer 5 laufen muss, dann bekommen unsere Leute Kopfschmerzen, können nicht mehr einschlafen und schreien ihre Kinder zu Hause an, dann ist das ein ganz anderer Ansatz. Und wenn du aber weißt, was in einem Open-Source-Projekt passiert, also ich komme jetzt aus dem Cypress-Kontext, da sind wöchentliche Releases von dem Testing-Framework, da gibt es jedes Mal einen Changelog, ich kann mir eben halt Sachen angucken, ich contribute da, ich habe mein GitHub halt offen, ich weiß, was da besser wird, was es an neuen Features gibt, ich kann begründen, warum ein Update Sinn macht und warum es den Kunden weiterbringt, weil ich mich mit Open Source auseinandersetzen darf, und deshalb guckt da eben halt drauf und fordert das ein. Auch Leute, die in Open Source arbeiten, bitte geht zu Arbeitgebern, die Open Source fördern, und lasst die anderen bitte links liegen. Die können Geld reingeben, es sind ganz viele Reactor oder sonst was, es gibt ganz viele Projekte, die uns ganz viel Geld einsparen, und wir können da nicht einfach nur rausnehmen, weil die Sachen kostenlos ist. Das ist nicht das Prinzip von Open Source. Und desto mehr man sich in Open Source, die README-Files, das sind hervorragende Dokumentationen. Dein Leben wird besser, wenn du den Standard, den etablierte Open Source Projekte implementieren, in dein Team reinbekommst. Dann kannst du dich auch irgendwann echt als Senior Developer bezeichnen, denn dann hast du Skills, die echte Rocket Science sind. Wenn das einfach nur eine Alterserscheinung ist, hast du die eben halt leider nicht. Ja. Wayne Gretzky, kennt jemand Wayne Gretzky? Zufälligerweise? Das ist ein Eishockeyspieler, und der hat auf jeden Fall mit 17 Jahren, ist er in die NHL gekommen und hat den Torrekord aufgestellt. Ich glaube 55 Tore oder sowas damals, könnte man nachlesen, und hat dann 30 Jahre lang oder was auch immer, praktisch so ein Michael Jordan des Eishockeys. Und der hat es aber geschafft, also weil er einfach so passioniert ist, es geht darum, wie viel man mit Passion erreichen kann, weil der Bock auf seinen Sport hatte, hat er eben halt sehr viel trainiert. Das machst du nicht unter Zwang, eine solche Leistung abrufen, sondern weil du eben halt sehr viel Spaß daran hast. Und dann hat er es eben halt geschafft, dass er so spektakulär Eishockey gespielt hat, dass die Hallen voll wurden, damit man eben halt den Typen sieht, und dann mit den Fernsehteams halt gekommen, und letzten Endes hat es ihm die NHL eben halt zu verdanken, dass es eine Profiliga geworden ist, durch seinen persönlichen Einsatz. Und der hat halt auch so allerhand schlaue Sprüche. Man muss auch sagen, Man weiß halt nicht immer bei den großen Legenden, Muhammad Ali und sonstiges. Ich versuche auf jeden Fall auch mal mehr Frauenquotes in mein Leben reinzubringen, mich mehr für Diversität einzusetzen, aber ich bin eben halt Fan von männlichen Sportlern bisher. Und er hat auf jeden Fall gesagt, so, a good hockey player plays where the puck is, a great hockey player plays where the puck is going to be. Und ich glaube, das ist genau dieses über den Tellerrand halt hinauskommen. Gucken, wenn du nämlich technologisch Fähigkeiten hast, die deutlich über deinen eigenen Horizont halt hinausgehen, dann hast du auch deutlich weniger Angst im Leben und bist dir eben halt mehr wert. Aber wenn du irgendwo, ich weiß das noch, dass man mir mal gesagt hat, so, haben wir hier, wir brauchen mal so ein bisschen Headless damals in so einem System drin, Elasticsearch. Das ist doch eigentlich ganz cool, neue Technologien, warte mal, da haben wir doch einen, der guckt sich immer hier den fancy, nasty, neuesten Shit an. Gehen wir nochmal zum Roland hin und sagen dem, hör mal Roland, kannst du nicht mehr was mit Elasticsearch machen? Und es ist ziemlich schwer mit Elasticsearch, Search Queries oder sonstiges. Es ist jetzt nicht ganz eine MySQL-Datenbank, sagen wir mal so. Und dann hat man mir eben halt gesagt, okay, komm, hier macht er mal so 5, 6 Daten halt rein, spiel da mal so ein bisschen rum. 5, 6 Daten halt reingemacht, das irgendwie mit dem Frontend, damals auch im Typo3-Kontext halt verbandelt und dann hat man halt gesagt, hey, das läuft ja irgendwie, so ein paar Produkte halt ausgeben, so ein Use Case habe ich eben halt so erfüllt. Dann hat man gesagt, ja, alles klar, der Kunde hat hier ein PIM-System, Akeneo, 250.000 Artikel, damit wird das ja auch funktionieren. Das ist jetzt... Dafür brauchst du eine andere Infrastruktur, da muss man halt auch echt Ahnung von dem Zeug haben, kommen irgendwie so Facetten, dann sind auf jeden Fall auf einmal ganz Sachen, die halt überhaupt nicht mehr laufen, Browser gehen eben halt kaputt, wenn du das JSON da reinpumpst und es eben halt einfach so gewesen, so, ach ja, guck mal, das funktioniert, ja, dann kann man das ja auch für 250.000 Artikel, ich meine, der Roland beschäftigt sich ja seit einer Woche damit und er hat ja auch 5 Produkte ausgegeben und dann hieß es halt, ja, also Roland, das sollte jetzt eigentlich schon so funktionieren, wie wir uns das halt vorgestellt haben. Und das soll ja jetzt auch nächste Woche live gehen, nicht wahr? Und das ist ja Elasticsearch und das ist ja Open Source. Die Dokumentation ist ja öffentlich. Das wirst du ja wohl hinkriegen. Ja? Das wirst du ja wohl schaffen. Mach's einfach fertig. Ja? Wir brauchen hier keine Probleme, wir brauchen Lösungen. Es gibt ja tausend Scheißsprüche. Ja? Das nimmt man sich halt natürlich zu Herzen. Ja? Dann ist man irgendwie, da schläfst du halt tagelang nicht, versuchst das eben halt irgendwie halt hinzukriegen, klappt dann halt am Ende nicht. Ne? Und das ist aber, da kannst du schon mit schweren seelischen Schaden halt rausgehen, weil du eben halt dann auch alleine da eben halt in so eine Rolle halt reingedrückt bist und eben halt auch als einziger Entwickler diese Teile eben halt machst und das ist halt eine Katastrophe, ja. Das muss man halt einfach mal sagen. Und alles, was euch keinen Bock macht, lehnt das ab. Ja? Wenn dir einer ständig erzählt, der will da irgendwie in TYPO3.6, hat letztens noch einer gefragt, ob ich irgendwas, ich werde ja immer noch in TYPO3 im Kontext eben halt, weil ich vor 20 Jahren mal was mit TYPO3 gemacht habe und werde ich ja immer noch mit TYPO3 in Verbindung gebracht. Ist mir auch die liebste Community, das muss man ehrlich auch mal sagen. Ja, ich bin am liebsten, TYPO3 sind meine Freunde. Ja? Und dann werde ich eben halt dann so angesprochen, ob ich eben halt irgendwie eine TYPO3.6-Version, ob ich da eben halt irgendwas mitmachen könnte, ob ich da nochmal eine neue Sprache und so. Ja, das ist völlig überholt, das läuft dann irgendwie auf PHP-Versionen und es sind aber eben halt so Geschäftsmodelle und sonstiges, sagt er ganz klar nein. Wir müssen lernen, mehr Nein zu sagen. Das ist eben halt nicht nur für uns, ja. Also Leute, die ja mental betroffen sind ja wahrscheinlich einige von uns hier drin, ist ja jeder Dritte in Deutschland, der vor einem großen Problem steht. Das muss man einfach mal sagen. Die schützen wir ja auch damit. Wenn vernünftige Leute sagen, denen es gut geht, sagen, Alter, geht gar nicht. Machen wir nicht. Das lehnen wir eben halt ab. Ja, da müssen wir lernen, alle mehr Nein zu sagen und nicht immer alles zu akzeptieren. Und jetzt ist die Sache, wie kommst du da eben halt raus? Also ich habe das ja auch sehr lange versucht mit dem Change the Company oder Change the Company Prinzip. Das kommst du halt mit 15.000 € mehr Jahresgehalt raus, nach so 3 oder 4 Iterationen. Ja, aber damit geht es dir keinen Schlag besser. Ja, du hast ein bisschen mehr Kohle. Ja, aber generell muss ich eben halt sagen, dass diese Jobanzeigen, auch dieser Begriff Full-Stack-Developer, der ist ja die Hölle. Ja, es gibt Stellenausschreibungen, ich hatte mich als Unternehmer jetzt versucht im letzten halben Jahr, wollte selber guter Arbeitgeber werden, dabei 50.000 € verloren, bin jetzt wieder in Teilzeit, war ein recht knackiger Managementkurs, sagen wir mal so. Ja. Aber wenn du daraus lernst, ne, hat mir letztens einer gesagt, so, Roland, wenn du da irgendwas daraus lernst, hat sich das ja gelohnt. Ich sagte so, oh ja, muss ich noch ein bisschen dran üben, das positiv zu sehen. Ja. Habe ich auch ein bisschen was daraus gelernt. Aber trotz alledem bin ich jetzt eben halt wieder in einem Anstellungsverhältnis für 3 Tage und ich habe eben halt, also es gibt Stellenausschreibungen, die haben mich von sich aus schon getriggert. Also die haben sich schon nach Stress, nur weil ich die Stellenausschreibung gelesen habe, haben die sich nach Stress angefühlt. Ja? Wo ich gesagt habe, so Alter, ich habe auf Twitter irgendwie geschrieben hier mit 23 oder 24 Jahren Berufserfahrung im PHP-Umfeld und über 350 realisierten Projekten traue ich mich nicht, mich auf die meisten Stellenausschreibungen hier zu bewerben, weil ich glaube, dass ich unterqualifiziert bin. Ja? Das ist unglaublich, was da drin steht, auch dieser Kontext. Einfach mal irgendwelche Technologien da zusammennageln, die überhaupt nicht zusammenpassen. In HTML, JavaScript, PHP und CSS macht dir keiner was vor. Ich kenne in jeder der Technologien ganz viele Leute, die mir was vormachen. Jeder Core-Entwickler in der einzelnen, gut, JavaScript ist jetzt keine Programmiersprache, das stand ja jetzt nicht so genau, gibt es ja ganz viele Memes drüber. Ja, aber auch in HTML und also überall macht mir einer was vor. Ja, und wer glaubt, was zu sein, hat aufgehört, was zu werden und das ist einfach Quatsch. Ja, also sowas da reinzuschreiben, das ist halt unglaublich. Ja? Und dann eben halt irgendwie zu sagen, hör mal, du kannst hier irgendwie PHP und Symfony und kennst dich aber noch mit AWS-Clouds aus. Bullshit. Das eine ist DevOps, das andere ist PHP. Mir als PHP-Entwickler, mir ist das scheißegal, wie dieses DevOps schaltet. Wenn das bei mir lokal läuft, soll sich da ein anderer drum kümmern, wie der das in irgendwelche Clouds oder sonst was halt rein. Dieses Wissen werde ich mir nie im Leben aufbauen, weil ich da gar keine Lust drauf habe, weil ich eben halt ein nerdiger PHP-Developer bin und mir ist es eben halt egal. Das läuft eben halt in meinem DDEV und Setup und auch in meinem Docker-Environment und dann sollte er sich da eben halt drum kümmern. Ja? Das ist auch, sagen wir, Sachen, die können sich halt überschneiden, aber ich kann dieses Wissen doch nicht alleine liefern. Ja, und das ist einfach etwas, das ist dieser Wahnsinn, der da draußen eben halt stattfindet, ja, dass man Leute nicht mehr, dass man die Jugend nicht mehr aufbaut, keinen Wert auf Weiterbildung legt, Open Source nicht unterstützt, ja, auch dich da hinstellst oder so Speaker darauf eben halt Wert legt, sondern nur dieses Stunden und noch mehr Stunden und abballern und ich habe versucht, mich auf Teilzeit halt zu bewerben, 3 Tage die Woche, ist irgendwie so, ja, nee, Teilzeit können wir hier nicht gebrauchen. Weißt du, händeringend werden die Leute gesucht. Händeringend. Jeder, der hier eine 0 und eine 1 wegschreibt, der ist herzlich willkommen. Teilzeit? Nee, das ist jetzt doof. Und so oder so. Aber wenn ihr jetzt AWS Cloud nicht kannst, warte mal, können wir das Wissen nicht reinstecken? Nein, können wir nicht. Also wenn du das nicht fertig mitbringst, dann können wir dich nicht gebrauchen. Es ist total picky da draußen. Ja? Da wird keiner händeringend gesucht, da werden Leute irgendwie halt, werden da eben halt auch verheizt. Ja? Bitte lasst das nicht mit euch machen. Also da kommen wir jetzt auf jeden Fall noch zu. Tu, was dir Spaß macht. Und wenn du Dinge tust, die dir Spaß machen, dann kannst du eben halt, dann bist du deutlich leistungsfähiger. Ich sehe das eben halt an meinen YouTube-Kanälen und was ich eben halt alles mit Open Source und sonstiges. Manche Leute sagen, ich bringe ja irgendwie 2 Videos pro Woche zum Thema Development raus und turne ich hier auf Konferenzen rum, arbeite trotzdem nur, habe 2 Kinder und sonst was, weil ich Bock auf das Zeug habe. Deshalb schlafe ich irgendwie friedlich ein abends, ja, weil ich einfach zufrieden mit meinem Tag bin. Und dann stehe ich auch morgens irgendwie gut gelaunt auf, weil ich weiß, hey geil, gleich bist du wieder bei El Terminal oder sonst was, ja, hast eben halt Bock, du gehst halt freudig ins Büro, setzt dich auf dein Fahrrad, das halt eben so, und dann leistest du halt mehr, dann lässt du dich auch weniger ablenken und dann ist es irgendwie, ja, du bist eben halt passioniert dabei und damit kannst du natürlich viel mehr rocken. Und wenn du dieses Umfeld, dieses Arbeitsumfeld, da hat ja auch jeder Arbeitgeber Interesse dran, dass die Leute Bock haben zu arbeiten. Und es gibt Arbeitgeber, die machen so Arbeitsumfelder. Und da arbeiten Leute, die sich für Open Source engagieren. Die sind nämlich da. Das heißt, wenn da in Stellenausschreibungen irgendein Quatsch steht und die lügen alle wie gedruckt, ja, ich bin hier, haben wir zeitlich... Nicht? Ist doch eigentlich ganz gut drin. Ich war bei einem Arbeitgeber, die haben mir gesagt, hier so automatisierte Tests, und also ist immer so Spezialauftrag Roller. Ich fühle mich dann auch immer, ich falle auch immer auf diese Agenturgeschichten rein. Ja. Ich bin so ein Agenturkind, ich kann da nicht raus, ich glaube da dran. Ich glaube auch, mir kann man einfach auch super gut Sachen verkaufen. Ich nehme denen das ab, ich glaube, ich bin ein leichtgläubiger Mensch. Wenn einer vor mir steht und sagt, hey, dich hätten wir hier total gerne und die Sachen, die du machst hier mit diesen Softwarequalität und so, das ist völlig geil, ja, dann glaube ich denen das und dann fange ich da an, ja, und dann laufe ich lachend in eine Kreissäge rein, ja, weil ich das einfach nicht validiere. Ich frage ja auch nicht irgendwelche Entwickler und sonst was. Aber ich hatte auf jeden Fall damals mit Pipelines angefangen, noch Jenkins und also ja, ist immer eine andere Technologie, die es da gibt, ja, also man muss da nicht an irgendwelchen Buzzwords halt hängen, das ändert sich eben halt anders. Das sind einfach andere Technologien, andere Zahlen. Am Ende machen wir halt fucking Webseiten. Ja? Das ist halt so. Die sind halt eckig, ja? Da fehlt auch jedes Improvement. Die sind ja mittlerweile nur noch einheitsbrei. Da fehlt ja sämtliche Kreativität in den Dingen. Ich finde das eben halt ein bisschen schade, dass das Internet so eine Entwicklung hat. Ich komme ja auch noch aus einer Zeit, wo es Flash gab. Ja? Das waren kreative Kunstwerke. Heute ist das... Wenn ich meine Brille abnehme, ich sehe ja auch nicht mehr alles. Ich habe da so eine gewisse Altersweitsicht halt entwickelt. Ich sehe die Seiten halt mehr oder weniger so schematisch, die sehen alle gleich aus. Ja, da ist kein Improvement. Ich weiß auch gar nicht, diese CSS Awards und sowas, wenn ich mir die Seiten angucke, ich verstehe das alles nicht mehr. Mir fehlt das eben halt, dass irgendwie so diese Liebe zum Internet, so, die fehlt mir halt. Ja? Und das ist eben halt ein großes Problem, dass irgendwie so kreativer Freiraum, dass er eben halt nicht mehr, dass das nicht mehr gewürdigt wird, dass man eben halt Gas geben kann in seinem Job. Es gibt aber eben halt schon noch ein paar Arbeitgeber, die das eben halt machen, und schaut mal, welche das sind, und vor allem sprecht halt hier auf solchen Konferenzen mit Developern und Developerinnen aus anderen Companies über die Wahrheit. Jedenfalls die Krefelder, die haben eben halt gesagt, so, also der Chef, der hat dann gesagt, ja, wir haben ja schon eine Pipeline und die ersten Unit-Tests haben wir so und bla 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 so. Und dann habe ich gesagt, ja, zeig mal die Pipeline. Und dann sagt er so, ja, wie soll ich dir denn jetzt die Pipeline zeigen? Ich sag so, ja, auf dem Handy. Dann habe ich so mein Handy rausgenommen, habe ich gesagt so, wie meine Pipeline, hier von der rolandkoller.de, guck mal hier, gestern Abend deployed. So sieht eine Pipeline aus. So ein Teil musst du doch auch hier auf irgendeinem Dashboard oder sonst was haben. Du kannst mir doch eine Pipeline zeigen. Ja, also mit der Pipeline, das ist jetzt so eine Sache, ne? Da fehlt nämlich noch sowas. Also letzten Endes hat da alles gefehlt. Also du wirst ja, es ist ja nicht strafbar, in Stellenausschreibungen zu lügen. Dann ist ja auch irgendwie die Erwartung von mir ist dann eben halt, also letzten Endes nimmt ja einer menschlichen Schaden in der Regel der Bewerber. Ja, aber es ist eben halt einfach nicht verboten, das ist ganz schlimm. Ja, aber fragt da viel mehr nach, guckt euch Pipelines an, und wenn die einer nicht hat und die euch erzählen, ja komm, wir brauchen dich jetzt, damit du das alles aufbaust und sonstiges, Bullshit. 2023. Es gibt Leute, die Pipelines haben, die suchen auch gute Leute und die legen eben halt Wert auf nachhaltige Softwareentwicklung, und bitte bewegt euch zu denen und werdet glücklicher in eurem Leben, auch wenn ihr jetzt nicht die gesamte IT in Deutschland damit verändern könnt. Und ja, seid euch eben halt was wert, und Geld ist eben halt nicht alles. um glücklich zu sein. Ja? Ich bin jetzt in zunehmendem Alter. Der Junge hat ja vorhin auch ein bisschen überzogen. Ich bin ja im zunehmenden Alter und mir ist meine Freizeit wichtiger als Geld. Es gibt Studien darüber, dass das bei älteren Menschen so ist. Und bei jüngeren Menschen ist vielleicht Geld wichtiger als Freizeit. Da gibt es auch Studien drüber, das kann ich eben halt auch aus meinem Leben genauso behaupten. Ja, also früher hätte ich irgendwie für Kohle alles getan, dann wäre mir auch egal, ob ich fünf Tage weniger hier fucking Woche, ob ich die jetzt irgendwie irgendwo rumhänge oder nicht. Das wäre mir eben halt mit Anfang 20, Mitte 20 vollkommen Wumpe gewesen. Heute sage ich mir eben halt irgendwie eine Woche mit meinen Kindern irgendwie abhängen, das ist mir echt mehr wert als irgendwelches Geld. Und es gibt ja jetzt auch Bewegungen zu transparenten Gehältern, viel mehr Annäherungen. Das sind tolle Konzepte, die sind auf jeden Fall auch alle was wert, damit man eben halt auch alles mit Rollen, Holokratrie und es gibt tolle Konzepte, was eben halt so Arbeit halt angeht. Und es hat sich eben halt herausgefunden, dass man im Grunde genommen halt jüngeren Developern eben halt so Freizeit praktisch, wir brauchen halt nicht ständig mehr Geld, sondern müssen eben halt auch mehr, also wir Alten, wir müssen mal anfangen, weniger zu arbeiten, damit was für den Nachwuchs getan wird. Stellt euch mal vor, wir würden alle freitags nicht ins Büro gehen, also geht ja keiner mehr ins Büro, aber wir würden alle freitags nicht mehr arbeiten, ja, sondern alle Open Source machen und sagen, wir gehen jetzt auf diese 4-Tage-Woche. Da müssen die sich auch mal um den Nachwuchs kümmern. Wenn wir aber immer delivern und immer alles und immer von der Klippe springen und so, das zahlen wir halt irgendwie mit unserer Seele. Ja, das ist eine ganz, ganz schlimme Sache. Und sei dir bewusst, was du dir wert bist. Es gibt keinen Grund dafür, dass uns irgendeiner den Tag versaut und wir nicht lächeln können, tanzen können und sonst was eben halt. Diese Freude am Leben verlieren. Es gibt da eben halt, ich hatte den Talk auch mal in so einer ersten Version, wo man eben halt so ein Stock-Image von so einem glücklichen Designer sieht, der so strahlt und so ein Hawaii-Hemd trägt und sonst was. Und dagegen hast du irgendwie das Bild des Backend-Developers, der so irgendwie seinen Hoodie aufhat, im Keller lebt, Menschen hasst und sowas. Ja. Und das ist etwas, was also raus aus dieser Rolle, raus aus diesem nerdigen Image. Wir sind Menschen, wir müssen wertgeschätzt werden. Ja. Und wenn wir das nicht haben, dann, also das Leben ist zu kurz für später, ist ein ganz gutes Buch. Das ist einfach wichtig, dass wir auch wieder am Leben teilnehmen können. Und du kannst jetzt auch nicht irgendwie nach Hause kommen und sagen, boah, die Arbeit, bist super im Arsch, lass mich alle in Ruhe, ich will nur noch pennen. Ja, will ja auch dein Umfeld nicht. Ich weiß jetzt nicht, wie viele Familien und sonst was eben halt so haben. Also bei mir fällt das auf jeden Fall mittlerweile auf, dass das einfach der falsche Weg durchs Leben ist, den ich auch lange als junger Mensch gegangen bin und da auch einfach irgendwie diese Wertigkeit im Leben, auch mit Kollegen austauschen, Leuten helfen, miteinander sprechen, mit Kunden sprechen, die alle involvieren, diese ganzen agilen Konzepte, das ist ja alles sensationell und das muss nicht nur Theorie sein. Es gibt ja ganz erfolgreiche Projekte und generell diese Augenhöhe und Menschlichkeit, dass man eben halt anderen auch mal zuhört, dass man denen auch wieder vertraut. Und wenn ihr ein Developer sagt, ich hätte gerne die Typo-Version 12 aus den und den Gründen, dass dann eben halt nicht gesagt wird so, also wir haben uns jetzt hier gerade alle neue Autos gekauft. Ist jetzt kein Budget mehr für da oder sonst was. Ja, gibt ja alle möglichen Ausreden dafür und gibt ja Vertragsmodelle, wo eben halt auch gesagt wird, so die Sachen müssen geupdatet werden und da gibt es auf jeden Fall auch ganz gute Verkaufskonzepte, sowas eben halt zu machen und auch generell von diesen Stundensätzen halt wegkommen, hin zu Tagespauschalen, Storypoints einführen, statt dieser schlimmen Druckschätzung. Das dauert eben halt 3 Tage, kann er in Komplexität arbeiten, muss ich euch alles nicht erzählen. Das sind sensationelle Konzepte, die sind nicht nur in der Theorie, die sind mittlerweile auch wirklich etabliert und es gibt eben halt Unternehmen, die leben, die bloggen darüber, das kann man lesen, die sind irgendwie auf Konferenzen, die halten Vorträge und dann geht bitte zu solchen Teams, werdet glücklich. Ja. Hilfe. Also, roland@nevercodealone.de, ihr könnt mich jederzeit ansprechen. Ich helfe euch. Die Susanne Neunes, die ist Expertin bei mir im YouTube-Talk. Jeder, der sagt, er kommt von der Never Code Alone Community, darf die anrufen, darf mit der Expertin sprechen, die schenkt euch 1 Stunde Zeit. Wenn ihr raus wollt, wenn ihr ernsthaft betroffen seid, wir haben jetzt mit mehreren Betroffenen auf YouTube gesprochen, der Weg führt über den Hausarzt. Der Hausarzt kann dich mittlerweile auch, die Gesetzeslage hat sich geändert, mittlerweile kannst du auch dafür krankgeschrieben werden, ohne dass das so negativ auf dich zurückfällt. In 2 Jahren können übrigens auch Arbeitgeber in Deutschland verklagt werden, wenn die dir mentalen Schaden zugefügt haben. Und das wird die ganze Geschichte nochmal erheblich ändern. Aber du kommst da alleine nicht raus. Und wenn du irgendjemanden fragst, der da so Halbwissen halt hat, so hier muss schon, oder warte mal bis Sommer wird, Tage wieder ein bisschen länger und irgendwie Festivals hinter dir sind oder was auch immer, irgendwie wenn du den Urlaub gehabt hast oder sonstiges, das ist alles Quatsch. Wenn du Hilfe brauchst und merkst, dass du Hilfe brauchst, dann hol dir bitte professionelle Hilfe. Das heißt nicht, dass du in eine Klapsmühle kommst. Das heißt nicht, dass du in 4 Jahre Volltherapie, wöchentliche Sitzungen auf so einem Sofa bist, sondern es gibt eben halt mittlerweile einen Bunch von Angeboten, der sich gerade an Unternehmen richtet. Am Ende brauchst du eben halt so Ansprechpartner, die davon eben halt Ahnung haben, und da gibt es viele. Das ist jetzt auch nicht so, hier, es gibt jetzt keine Therapeuten mehr in Berlin oder sonst was, das sind 9 Monate Wartezeit. Das kann sein, ja, aber du kannst eben halt auch Glück haben. Deine Krankenkasse hat auch so einen Vermittlungsservice. Es gibt eben halt dann auch mittlerweile so eine Regelung, ich weiß nicht genau, wie sie heißt, aber wenn du nach 6 Wochen praktisch keinen Ansprechpartner hast, dann kannst du auf so nicht zertifizierte Therapeuten, es hört sich schlimmer an, als es ist, die sind auch ganz gut, ja, kannst du eben halt auf die zugreifen und gibt eben halt Gruppentherapien, es gibt ganz viele Angebote und es sind, wie gesagt, es sind ganz viele von uns betroffen. Wenn du jemanden auf der Arbeit hast, dem du helfen willst, sinnigerweise darf man die halt nicht ansprechen, das setzt sie noch mehr unter Druck. Die werden sich auch verschließen, die werden sich auch dir gegenüber nicht öffnen. Tatsächlich ist das in dem Moment, wo man versucht, jemandem zu helfen, kann das eine ganz schlimme Folge haben. Ja, ich weiß auch nicht so ganz genau, ich hatte da länger mit der Susanne auf YouTube drüber gesprochen. Letzten Endes musst du das Management eben halt dafür sensibilisieren, ein Angebot, es gibt jetzt mittlerweile ab 50 Angestellten musst du so oder so anonyme Feedback-Formen in deinem Unternehmen halt einrichten. Das ist auch eine neue Regelung, dass das Management ein Angebot zur Verfügung stellt, einen externen Dienst, an dem man sich eben halt praktisch sowas wie Doktor oder so, gibt eben halt verschiedene Dienste halt zu initialisieren. Das wird eben halt auch von Krankenkassen und sonstigen eben halt gefördert. Arbeitgeber werden da eben halt auch hingefördert, dass man eben halt sagt, man kann sich an irgendwas wenden, aber du kannst dich auch an ganz viele Dinge selber wenden. Es gibt unheimlich viele Ansprechpartner, also da musst du nicht mit einer 112 nach Hause gehen. Es gibt einen Entwickler, das ist jetzt auch mein Schlusswort, der hat bei Codecentric gearbeitet, der hatte einen Talk vom Schreibtisch in die Notaufnahme, ja, der war jetzt auch nicht schlecht. Wenn du super Stress hast, dann kann man zum Beispiel Quellcode nicht mehr sehen oder sowas. Das heißt, dein Hirn macht dazu. Ja, also bevor du komplett umfällst, gibt es so einen Selbstschutzmechanismus und du verstehst dann du bist dann nicht mehr arbeitsfähig. Ja, das kann übrigens von einer auf die andere Minute passieren. Ja, und da kannst du sehr lange mit ausfallen und das ist im Grunde genommen halt auch mir passiert. Das heißt, und ob du dann zurückkommst, ist nicht gesagt. Und 2 Tage vorher hast du das aber auch nicht so richtig auf dem Schirm gehabt, dass das halt passiert. Also das rockt euch, das ist auch meine Message des Tages. Das Ding, das rockt euch richtig weg. Ja, das ist nicht irgendwie mit einer Woche Urlaub, Sylt und geradeaus gucken weggeholt. Und du bist ein Leben lang, habt ihr ja auch bei mir gemerkt, du bist ein Leben lang Patient. An für sich bin ich ja eigentlich bin ich ein Typ, der ganz gut drauf ist, aber bei so einem Talk halt nicht. Und da ist es eben halt, Guck, dass du irgendwelche Formen für dich findest. Also rette dich erstmal selber. Das ist so, sei dir selber was wert. Und es ist auch nicht so, dass der Fehler bei dir liegt. Ja? Du bist Developer, du stehst auf deinen Job, du hast da Bock drauf. Und es gibt keinen Grund, da verheizt zu werden. Du brauchst Hilfe, du brauchst ein Team. Und diese Arbeit, die kann ja jetzt nicht härter sein als andere Arbeiten. Wir fordern ja Arbeitsschutz in der IT und suchen nach den Stahlkappen und solchen Dingen. Könnte ich jetzt noch sehr viel ausführen, was da eben halt ist. Aber guckt, dass ihr da mit Leuten drüber sprecht, die da Ahnung von haben. Ja? Und unterschätzt das. Also auch wenn du erste Signale, dieses Nicht-Aufstehen, dieses Träge-Sein, dieses keinen Bock haben, dieses immer müde sein, dachte ich ja auch, dass das chronisch in meinem Leben ist. Klar, wenn du irgendwie nur Red Bull, Open Source und Nachtdeveloper bist, der da irgendwie einen Tagesrhythmus hat wie Godzilla, ja, dann kann das ja irgendwie. Also das ist aber Raubmord an dir selber. Ja, das ist wie ungesunde Ernährung oder sonst was. Wenn du so einen Kurs gehst, das ist auch gegen jeden biologischen Rhythmus, den es eben halt so gibt. Und das ist halt alles nicht normal. Ja, also von daher always protect your head, keep green und vielen Dank für eure Aufmerksamkeit. Wir sind ja auf YouTube, ich weiß nicht, ob da jemand Interesse daran hat, öffentlich eine Frage zu stellen, aber sonst können wir uns auch muten und ihr könnt mir noch so ein paar Fragen stellen. Möchte jemand mir am YouTube-Mikrofon eine Frage stellen? Okay, Olli, dann machen wir, glaube ich, mal aus. Ja, aber das muss er auch noch muten, oder? Oder den Stream anhalten.
Okay. New to this whole thing. I hope you can hear me, okay. As promised in English, I would like to tell you a little bit about CMS Census EU, and I think a few people were confused when I said this morning it's Sebastian's pet project. It's an English word which essentially means like a project that he has invested a lot of time into and he's interested in, and I was lucky enough to be asked by him to help him find some of the data that is now on the website. Right. So the agenda, first I'll introduce us and then just tell you a little bit about what CMS Census is and what it shows, where the data comes from, and also where we want to go next. And maybe at the end, with the time we have left, we can have a little bit of a discussion. I'm hoping there might be some ideas that some of you guys have that we haven't come up with yet, or maybe any wishes that you have or any potential you see in the site. So, my name's Phoenix Lasky. I work at CPSIT, and I started there in October last year. I'm a dual student for data science. And Sebastian is Prokurist at CPSIT, but in this sense, yes. So, what does CMS Census do? It shows the distribution of CMS systems, mainly right now for Germany and in the future for Estonia as well, as we heard this morning, for different public institutions. And here's a little picture of what the website looks like. If you're interested, there's also the URL. And then when you click on one of the green buttons, you get to see this. So there's a chart which shows you how the CMSs are distributed. Here we see the municipalities in Germany. And for example, we can see that 19% of the municipalities use a TYPO3 website. Use a TYPO3 CMS on their website, sorry. But where do we get our data from? Well, a lot of it comes from Wikidata. Have you all heard of Wikidata? Maybe hands up if you have. Okay, so Wikidata, essentially, lots of data is stored there in triplets. So there's an object, for example, a city, and so Berlin, and then there's a verb, so is, and then there is what it is, it's a city, or it's Berlin is in Germany, and all of the information is stored in these triplets, and then there is a query place where you can query through all of this information. And so for the municipalities in Germany, I've found all the municipalities that are an instance of, you can see here this number WD, and then there's a number, and these are a municipality in Germany, and sorted them by the Bundesland. Another place we get information from and lists of URLs is Wikipedia, and there are also other sources that maybe Sebastian wants to share something about.
Yeah, we found some other websites, jedeschule.de, where every school is collected in Germany, so a team of a couple of free contributors are collecting URLs, in this case for schools, but there are also other resources that we can use here and also grab data from.
And today we added some new data. It's not yet on CMS Census, but I queried Wikidata for all the municipalities in Poland. And there are 3 administrative levels. The voivodeships, they're kind of like our Bundesländer. Then there's the powiats, they're like a Landkreis. And then there's the Gmina, which comes from German and is Gemeinschaft. Gmina, you can maybe hear the similarity. So if you guys want to look at the query, then you can also run it yourself. There's a QR code here. And otherwise, I would just swap over to the query. So this is the query that I used to find all of them. And if we take out this and run it, then we see there are 1,499 gminas, which is not quite true. There's 1,498, but one of them is not running anymore. That's why when it ended being a gmina. So when I take these away again, then this is the one that has ended. I just have to take away the optional. Sorry, like this. It's not working the way I wanted to. Because there's still right there. So this is the one that was in the list before that shouldn't be there anymore because it ended being a gmina in 1995. And then once we have this list of URLs, we can post it into this website called What CMS, which essentially checks by looking at different tags what CMS has been used to build this website. And so we put in the data for Poland today. And as you can see, it's 59% complete with the gminas that are urban and rural in Poland. And then if we go here onto this batch, then we can see how it has divided them up. And if we compare that with the amount of TYPO3 that we had for the German municipalities, then there's quite a bit less here so far in the ones that were detected for the Polish municipalities.
Can you say how long does it take to have some Sparkle query? What's the amount of effort you put in?
So to figure it out, the first time it took quite a bit of time. It was a few hours, I would say. But now, once I'd figured out how it all works, then it's more or less just figuring out what this number is. So, because this is the Landgemeinde in Polen. So Wikidata has like one for municipalities in Poland, one for municipalities in Germany. Then they divide whether it's a rural municipality or an urban municipality. So it's finding those numbers, those identifiers, and then just pasting them in. Or for example, in Poland, a lot of the municipalities that were shown were actually not in Poland, but for example in Russia or something because of border changes, and then they were in Wikidata as being a gmina, but actually not in Poland. So that's why there's, for example, this line here, which says the gmina has the state of Poland. Yeah.
But to go back to the data source, it takes Wikidata, which is based on Wikipedia, which is based on manual editors. So if this is not complete, Wikidata will also not be complete, right?
That is true, but no, actually Wikidata is separate from Wikipedia. There are two separate things, but whatever hasn't been put in there cannot be found. So for example, with the German municipalities, there are actually 8,700 or something like that, and in Wikidata there are only about 6,600, so they're not all in there. But for Poland, all of them were in there, almost. I think there were like 30 missing.
Okay, so what you have done is you compared the Wikidata list with an official list of Federal Bureau of Statistics in Poland, or where do you get the official number?
There's a list on Wikipedia where you can see like divided by and in which, so yes, it's a combination of the two, essentially, of Wikipedia and Wikidata. Yes. But that's not everything for the website. So one of the hopes behind figuring out what CMS is used where is also to be able to say, look, we have data to back us up when we say TYPO3 is a great thing to invest time into, or, oh look, here's a place where they're using a lot of WordPress, but maybe they would be able to use TYPO3 because we have this extension and it could actually help them, or whatever. So there's definitely a lot that can still be done to make the data that we collect more meaningful and more powerful and further. So one of the participants also at the CMS camp at the TYPO3camp is Yunyao, and he, for example, will add a lot of data for Estland in the coming weeks to CMS Census. He did it as part of his bachelor's thesis. And there are definitely some improvements we would like to make also to the website, and also make more to make more awareness for the website and for the overall concept behind it. For example, there's an Informatik festival in Berlin in September where there will also be a workshop regarding open sources and open data and using it.
Yeah, right. And Yunyao, he's in tomorrow. He will offer his talk about Estonia, about what he found out. His bachelor thesis is already done. So we probably get the latest information about what's going on in Estland, about the CMS statistics in Estonia. And also we are planning some improvements with Macropedia to improve some functions which are already provided on CMS Census, and get more features on the website, for instance, to these ones. I think the most important thing is to get a connection with the data provider, or not the data provider, the website provider. So companies like agencies or hosting provider, who's hosting the website, who's programming the website, who's doing services for this website. If you look in the imprint website, Impressum's website, there are already information about that, and the idea is to get it more structured in a standardized, structured way, and to collect the data, put it into CMS Census, and you can click on the link, click on eCentral, or click on Coding Powerful Systems or other agencies, or in a hoster like J. Weiland, and you can see, okay, who's doing different websites, what are websites eCentral is doing as well, or CPS is doing as well, or which websites are hosted by J. Weiland as well. And the idea is to make the tech stack also available. What's the tech stack of the company? So maybe you have a tech stack with PHP and SQL, but also providing other CMS with Java. And from a customer point of view, so I can see, is this a company which is familiar with different technologies, or is it just a company who's doing everything? And that's the main feature we are doing until the end of not October, at the end of September for the workshop. And we are also doing using open data for this. So using schema.org from Google and other. That's the idea.
Yes. And so now we're already at the point where, now that we've given you a short introduction into what it all is, we're interested in your thoughts on the whole thing, whether you have anything to add, or anything that you would love to find at CMS Census in the future.
Yeah, I mean, the idea is to get every European country in this website. So from your point of view, Phoenix, how long does it take to add more information for a new country? What do you think?
It definitely depends on how much is in Wikidata, or whether there are any other data sources that we can use to find it. Like, to find the data for Poland now, I think it took me about 3 hours or something for like all the, and I had to first figure out, okay, there are 3 different levels of administration, and to find out what the exact identifiers are, and to then also sort through the lists and figure out, okay, which ones are not existent anymore. So theoretically, it can go very quickly, depending on whether it's in the data source. Yeah.
Just a quick idea. I don't know if you are able to automate this, but for Germany there are a lot of data missing, maybe about the Informationsfreiheitsgesetz. kind of working together with Frag den Staat and maybe figure something out to get in an automated way the URLs or even the CMS which is used. I think for Bavaria and one other Bundesland there is no Informationsfreiheitsgesetz, but maybe this is an idea to get better data for Germany.
Thank you.
Yeah, excellent. Many Bundesländer are starting to have gov data websites. So Bavaria was one of the latest ones, and another Bundesland. And the idea could be to get the data from some official websites like this, and to aggregate more information to enrich these information with CMS related stuff. So that could be a good idea. So what does the statistics say for Poland?
For Poland, yeah, I wanted to see whether if I reload it, because every minute one of the URL gets counted, so theoretically they should be, but the number is somehow stayed the same. So not exactly sure whether it's maybe stuck or something like that.
Yeah, but the idea is not only to generate some pie charts. The idea is to go to other countries, go to other decision makers in other countries. Say, okay, Germany or European or another country has this strategy regarding its websites, its CMS systems. What about you? What is your strategy? What is your decision? Do you have already a decision regarding this topic, or do we want to join the German way to do the open source way to use TYPO3? So that's basically the idea. Not only generating nice looking pie charts based on this. Go to the embassy of whatever, find all the IT relevant persons and get into discussion. Get into discussion for a European way. Not only to join forces about CMS, but also to go a step further regarding open data, for instance, or regarding civil service, digital civil service. So that's all the things they are waiting, and the idea is to get more familiar basement for more the same technologies, not to reinvent the wheel every day and in another country as well.
And for example, like if you go through the website, then there are some places that already use a lot more TYPO3. So here, for the universities that we found, which were 415, more than half of the websites were built with TYPO3. So.
Can you go to the About section on the top right?
Yes.
There are some more bachelor theses below. So one of them, can you go to the first one, I think?
What do you mean? This one? Konzeption einer Schulungsplattform?
No, to Marco Habich. The first one. Here.
Here.
Yeah. Can you click on Exposé?
Yes.
So Marco, what he is doing right now, he's dealing with Into Code, one of the programmer there, and to implement open data. Just we talked about a few minutes ago into the Imprint website, the Impressums website, and who has done the website for the university. What he has done is he had a suggestion, a proposal for what can it look like, doing it with JSON LD. So the idea is to put a URL in cmscensus.eu, say, hey, you can find here the JSON LD source file, to say who has done the website regarding hosting, regarding development servers as well, and to collect with CMS sensors the data from the website. So when you go back, you can click on the JSON LD link right behind this. Yeah, can you make it a little bit bigger? Yeah. So what you can see here is some information about the university. But the main thing is to, if you scroll down, to say, okay, the address and what are the offers, what are the possibilities to study here. So the offer catalog, item lists elements, lists all the courses and Studiengänge, and the idea is to have to show with a small prototype, as a small example, a website to put in what can I study after my Matura, after my Abitur. So I want to put in, hey, I'm living in Berlin, I want to study informatics, 200 kilometers radius, and based on open data, the example should be showed. What can we do? Right, as an alternative to collect data manually and put it into one database. So that's the idea also for CMS sensors in general, not only for universities. That's the idea, to collect data from other websites on a decentralized way with standardized schema information. So that's the idea. All the schema information here are not number of credits, time to complete, same as are based on schema.org, so kind of an official standard. And yeah, that's what's also currently happening in this month, in the next month. And Into Code is programming, hopefully, for the University Tübingen. And we have an example for that to go to the university, other universities, to spread the information with the academic committee and so on, and get an example of what can it look like, how can we implement that, maybe with an extension or something like that, and to enrich data. That's the idea, and to get an example for not only for universities, even for cities and other website types. Right.
I think that was what we had to share information-wise. Oh, a question. Yeah.
Question, as you are getting lots of data out of Wikidata,
yes.
Do you consider to putting your results from CMS sensors back into Wikidata? Maybe if you find other lists of URLs for cities and stuff like that, I think it should be put back into the Wikidata so that other scientists can use this data in the same way as you did.
You mean as in adding, so if I look for data, so if I were to search for Berlin, which is a federal state, then this way you can also see what Wikidata looks like in the background. So in the beginning you see like Berlin and how it's spelled and what it means in different languages. And then it's, for example, an instance of, normally when you go on it, it tells you, anyway. So that somewhere here it would say next to the website, wherever the website is, that it uses the CMS TYPO3, for example. Is that? I'd never thought of that, but it seems a cool way to give back and to put the information there. I just can't find the website. Official website. So for example here, it could then have underneath there what CMS it belongs to or something.
Yeah, from my point of view, the way should be to put it in this website, not to provide the data again on cmssensors.eu, but if it's specific data, only CMS related data, it should be CMS Sensor should be providing a official API to get this information. But as Phoenix said, of information like listed in here, it should go another way to this website.
Do you also plan to do a deep dive, for example, regarding subdomains to get more data? I could imagine, for example, if you take the list of universities to determine which e-learning systems are they using, because what I could see, you are probably looking on the main webpage with what CMS, and maybe they have Joomla, Elias, whatever, on a subdomain somewhere linked on the page. Is that something you consider, or do you want to keep focusing on the main website?
Well, I think Sebastian can probably say a little bit more to that, but I would also question how easy it would be to figure out what subdomains there are. Like, at the end of the day, we can only figure out what CMS a website is using if we have the URL, and I obviously don't want to like type in for every municipality there is Berlin, then find their website and then see, like, if there was an automated way to do it, it would be possible and interesting. The question is just whether there's an easy way to do that, and from my knowledge right now, I would not know of a way to do it, so that would make it hard.
Just to add some more thoughts on this, can you go to the CMS Census website for universities? If you see here, we have 415 URLs, 420 universities in Germany. But if you go to TU Berlin, Technical University Berlin, they have 700 websites in one system. So, but we only collect the main website. But 700 other websites are, and that's the second aspect, are in the multi-tenancy system in one TYPO3. So we have two things here regarding, is it a website or a sub-site inside one instance hosted on one server, or is it even another system? So that's not a dimension we are actually providing here at CMS Census, but as you said, sub-websites, subdomains are not regarded yet, but from a CTO point of view, it's interesting for me. It's to know what is my landscape, what is my IT landscape, how much installation do I have, how much domains do I have, and what is the right way to consolidate, to analyze it, and to make decisions. And CMS Census can be and should be a good help for that. So, for instance, we are providing websites for some customers like DENA or Federal Ministry of Health, and they have 3-digit number of websites, different domains. And of course they have such a list, an Excel file or whatever, to say how many domains are connected to this, what is the CMS behind Joomla, WordPress, TYPO3, etc. What's the version, and that could be much more easier with a tool like this. And so not only the perspective from a decision maker point of view, hey, I want to choose a new CMS. Also from an existing CTO point of view, maintaining a landscape, that's should be a better way to click on a link and say what's my landscape, what's the current status, because some crawlers, some scheduler are running behind and yeah, updating my landscape every night. Jochen, do you have a question?
Yeah, just wanted to make a comment. There is a possibility to list all the SSL certificates that have been issued for a domain, and that includes all the subdomains. So if you enter one main domain name, it may spit out hundreds of SSL certificates for subdomains, and there you could go further to grab a list.
Yes, can you go to the government website? I think there are There's one. Cybers, can you go to cyberscan.io? That's a list of websites. We are not analyzing, but you can see here, as Jochen said, there more information about one domain or even a system. Okay. For instance, some alerts. Is my HTTPS certificate, is it valid or not? Is it in a specific, does it have a specific score from a security point of view? So cyber scanning is also obviously a good idea to have it on my screen. Yes, but a good aspect from Jochen.
There's another question.
Do you have a theory about the non-detected CMS? For example, at university it was 12%, it's quite a lot.
I'm not sure whether tomorrow in the talk there will be some information about that, because I read that there's some of it in the thesis. So maybe I will leave this question unanswered for tomorrow, and everyone who's interested will have to go there. If you don't go, you can come and ask me after the talk, and I'll let you know.
Yeah, Yunyao, he has done his bachelor thesis about this, not only for the CMS distribution in Estonia. Another sub-question was, what's going on with the undetected systems? Because what CMS is detected in 1,300 different systems, 1,300 different content management systems. So they have patterns, not only the meta tag tag for generator, many other patterns as well, folder structures and so on. And yeah, he has done it, and probably will tell more about this tomorrow if you are tomorrow here. Sneak preview. Some are just old. Some are just an own PHP whatever application. So many are, not only some, many of them are, hey, I do my own CMS, I program my own CMS. And some are generated by a perfect modern tech stack with headless stack and so on, but not, you can't see that full content stack is behind them because it's generating front end. So the three aspects, maybe we'll tell more about that tomorrow. But not a small piece is just we have a PHP application running on PHP 5.x, very old thing, and we have done on our own. And on the other hand, we see, hey, we need more students, more people studying informatics to reinvent the wheel. That's not the thing. We have to look on the landscape. That's what CMS Census is doing, and have to ask ourselves: is it really necessary to program an own CMS while we already have 2,300 CMS from 1,300 CMS from other communities and providers. So that's a big question here in Germany, I think. That's the thesis, and yeah, a very good question. Very good point. All right, another one. More questions, more aspects. Phoenix, how about you? What do you think?
I think it's definitely been really cool to hear from you guys and to get a little bit of feedback.
Yeah.
And
great.
Thank you for listening, everyone, and for your questions and input.
Thank you, Phoenix.